Okay, guys. Sorry about that. We just had a, Oh, are we... Is our mic... Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. We, just ordered some food, and I messed up with the pickup time, so I had to call the restaurant and tell them that we were picking up at 6. Yeah, I actually did get a salad. I got a burger and a side salad. Everyone is having Javi coffee. Isn't that wonderful? Alright, so we are changing our game to Buried Stars. First playthrough, no spoilies. Great. Your body is ready to defend Inha. I mean, your girl is looking super sus, but it is possible that she might be too sus. Like, then again, I think Sail is 100% guilty of something, and he's been sus the whole game, so we'll have to see what happens. Alright, Buried Stars, where you at? I'm so excited. She might have a split personality. I think if anybody has a split personality, it's Ju Young. Ju Young seems trustworthy, but at the same time, I'm like,
Ah, pardonnez-moi.
Oop. Okay. So, okay, we're back. We got 9 keywords we gotta uncover here. We are very highly trusted with phase 3, and then Sail likes us, which is weird. Our sanity is doing great. So there's that. Right, so we are talking about, the group is together and they are discussing what type of person S. Sung-yun could be. And it seems that we've narrowed it down to the staff member, a staff member, and or Inha's stalker. Seems likely. So the internal affairs of B-Stars that S. Sung-yun blabbered on about were all related to episodes 6 to 9. Maybe they participated in production for these episodes, right. Oh, there was also the possibility that it is an eliminated contestant, which would be a whole other layer of messiness.
그러면
I guess it was from the beginning of Super Week to the finals. Do you remember any conspicuous event or episode? Regarding the staff or contestants, or about me? Do you want me to tell you anything?
네.
Yes, for now. Ju-young paused to think while rubbing her chin.
그게
There was a rival mission during episode 6. Masquerade barely passed the rival mission,
난
and the show made it look like I had a serious conflict with Gyu-hyuk.
맞아요.
I was surprised because it was different from what I saw.
그래.
They portrayed me as a hysterical maniac. Gyu-hyuk was also portrayed as someone who tried to go along with me, but talked behind my back. In reality, it was just an intense discussion that resulted from our difference in opinions. Even after we came to an agreement, they made it look like we were still on bad terms with each other. It's interesting. That's the first we've ever heard about anything between her and Gyu-hyuk. Okay, let's talk about that some more. They paired me up with Gyu-hyuk.
그땐
What was the song for the team mission? Come what may?
맞아.
You remember well. Gyu-hyuk didn't have any opinion at the time. I'm sure Gyu-hyuk had his own ideas, but he stuck to mine too much. He was giving his own only when I almost pressured him to. That might have looked like a quarrel. I was actually enjoying our conversation. About the discordance between them during the team mission. So that's interesting. There was also an issue with this team mission thing between Inaha and Hyesun, so that... It was just a normal conversation.
그래요.
You guys were just having a normal conversation. It's not like you can always laugh and be happy when talking to someone. Yu-hyuk shouldn't have lowered himself like that.
그렇지.
It's one of the reasons why I provoked him a bit. You just wanted to know what he really had in mind.
맞아.
Yeah, he later thanked me for that. Yu-young let out a low sigh.
그때
I caught them trying to show something different than the quarrel we had.
그래요?
Something else?
그건
The gossip that circulated on Fader earlier. I found out that they were trying to add to the episode. That's harsh.
그러니까
At the time, I went to confront Sungyeon myself. I angrily demanded her to give up on that, so she dropped it eventually. Oh. Right! Okay, so there was that whole thing about her having like a sugar daddy. I was so surprised back then. Ugh. I love this song that plays during some of these communications. This one's probably my favorite because I feel like it fits the mood so well. Anger is felt in S. Sungyeon's post. S. Sungyeon seems to talk about themselves under Sungyeon's name. What made them so resentful as to claim they were left to die? Yeah, what's that about?
그런 거면
They thought something was unfair. They were criticized for something they didn't do. Were they criticized for something they didn't do? Or blamed more than they deserved? Is that why they're venting like that on Fader?
그럴지도
I just think it's plausible.
뭐였더라?
An incident involving the staff. If we're to narrow it down, Yu-hyuk and Do-yoon faced each other lost in thought. I remember the accident when our profiles got mixed
그랬지.
up. It was clearly a mess. People started a boycott of B-Stars, and it became a trend to complain directly to the official B-Stars account. They missed the basic numbers, which means the data wasn't being managed properly. I even saw a comment accusing the show of fabricating the number of votes. Yeah, that's the only thing that comes to mind at the moment. Okay. Okay, so yeah, let's talk to him about his staged conflict with Ju-young.
아,
Oh, you're talking about that time. When they broadcast the episode where they made it look like there was a serious argument between Ju-young and me. Oh, welcome back, Eats here. We're currently talking about, who S. Sungyeon's identity still. And, like, cross-referencing their tweets with... or their Fader posts with what their identity could be. I think it was during episode 6. Yu-hyuk scratched the back of his head. I was somewhat subdued because I wanted to keep the peace with her. It was a mistake, though. He's also partially responsible for that. He behaved with much respect. Yeah, consideration is not a bad thing, Yu-hyuk. Although he's probably gonna get mad because he always gets mad.
누구야?
You did show respect. Consideration is not a bad thing. Okay.
그치만
Thank you for looking at it that way, but it was my fault. I might have appeared indifferent by lowering myself blindly to everything. Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
아무래도
Ju-young also thought it was wrong. Our discussion might have sounded like an argument. They aired it?
아니야.
No, actually, they just edited 2 different scenes together with that one. They were a different context, but they somehow made it look like we were throwing punches at each other. So they highlighted the episode by distorting what actually happened. Hey, Toyscast, how you doing? That's when I realized how truth could be distorted by ill-intentioned edits. Public opposition was quite severe at the time. The built-up anger towards Beastars finally exploded. They also suspected the production crew of intentionally changing the profiles in favor of some contestants. That's true, right? Because didn't they give Hyesung Yu-hyuk's height, and Hyesung was always conscious that he was too short? Company then saved its neck by creating a scapegoat. I heard it was the youngest staff member who uploaded the profile data. The production staff responded quickly. They fired him first and made an official statement. Yu-hyuk spoke again after a brief pause.
그런데
Hey, welcome back, Jia. But the staff member was pretty well known in the Fader community. He wasn't as well known as Sun Yun though.
혹시
Think he could be the one? Heard some of the staff members disclosed their workplaces or job titles on Fader. They all seem to get along when things are going well, but things could get ugly if an accident occurred like the profile one. Some of them even ended up deleting their accounts. I overheard something like that several times. Okay.
그게
Come to think of it, it could have happened to you as well. The official account manager came to see me out of nowhere.
그랬어.
Oh, he also came to see me. Ayun quietly nodded. He told me he was being replaced after he got caught up in an issue and how he thought it was unfair.
그랬었지.
I had never seen the guy before, so I was a bit taken aback. He did that to you too?
그래.
He's here. Yeah, he came out of nowhere and said the same thing. So you calmed him down? Surprised.
혹시
So you calmed him down? He might have had his own reasons.
솔직히
No, to be honest, I was a bit flustered. Why wouldn't I be? A total stranger suddenly came up and began to talk to me. Yu-hyuk punched his shoulders as if recollecting the moment.
맞아.
I'd be surprised too if a stranger suddenly approached me and told me a personal story.
그러니까.
Wouldn't know what to say. Same here. Alright, Inha, what do you got?
말하자면
Everyone wants to talk about their own story, right? And being a member of a certain organization doesn't forbid you from using Fader either. The problem is that using Fader could lead to more accidents. The problem lies with the management, not Fader.
혹시
Anything in particular that comes to mind? Nani? Fader is this game's Twitter. Yeah, exactly twice. So basically they're all buried under the rubble of their stage that collapsed on them, and their only connection to the outside world is using a Twitter app on their sponsored smartwatches that they got for being finalists of a game show. But there's a account that showed up on there saying nasty things about them using the name of the Dead Show's producer. Did I say that right? Dead Show producer's name. Yeah. I remember the accident where the official account was mistakenly used for posting inappropriate comments.
그럴지도.
That kind of job is hard to avoid criticism, especially after he made a major mistake like that.
맞아.
Of course, he was supposed to be the official account manager. He was actually severely criticized for making that mistake. Ina sighed deeply.
아니야?
It's the account for posting announcements. Imagine how many people saw the message. It was an explosion of criticism. He explained that he mixed up the official account with his personal account, but people didn't buy it. Everyone thought that there must have been another reason. By then, I couldn't watch it anymore. Sunyeon seems emotionally invested with Do-yoon and Ju-young. They might have... Yeah, true.
잠깐만.
Come to think of it, they hired staff members sometime in between. A whole bunch of them came in and helped us with various things, and they all quit at the same time when school started up again. Oh. I know, what about them?
그러니까
They looked amazed. It was their first time seeing a celebrity, a broadcasting company, and all the related facilities. What celebrity? Ina sighed while scratching the side of her head.
야,
You have no interest in anyone, do you? Ju-young, of course.
Oh,
Oh, I remember now. She was a beloved member when those guys were in high school.
그렇다니까.
I think many of them were her fans. They cheered and screamed as soon as they saw her. They even asked for her autograph and took pictures with her. It looked like a fan meeting.
그땐
So you do remember. Just seeing them made me feel happy. Okay, let's talk more about that.
그렇다면
Come to think of it, he was one of the fans.
그게
Who is he? He was given the role of managing the official account later. Okay. Ina clicked her tongue while looking at Do-yoon's face.
뭔데?
Why do you look so lost? It's like you don't care about anything other than yourself.
그게
Well, at the time I had Masquerade to worry about. See, I guess that makes sense. The problem is that he played favorites with the official account. Oh, okay. So wait, this is actually kind of going back to something that I said way early in the game. The guy that got fired is probably behind all this, right? Because she just said that the same guy that got fired is the official account manager, and he was a fan of Ju-young's. Okay.
진짜.
The account accident was ridiculous. He used the official account to share negative posts towards Hyesung. Okay, and he didn't like Hyesung. Yeah, this is lining up. Not just a few, but a whole bunch of posts. Ina frantically scratched the back of her head.
그게
He's also been monitoring Fader with his personal device. He had been switching between the official account and his personal account when writing posts. And he forgot to switch the accounts when writing the posts. Sounds horrible.
어쨌든
He deleted the post right away, but it was too late. People starting with Hyesung's fans reacted crazily. It shouldn't have happened. That was quite a probable human error. Shouldn't have happened.
아닌 것 같아.
He was open about being a beloved fan when he was on the official account. Yeah, I think so, Lucas.
그러니까
I know. What would other people think? They thought B-stars intend to shun Hyesung while supporting Ju-young. Here's the thing, though. This person could still be Seil. Straight up. Although they said that they met this person and that it wasn't Seil, so maybe not. Do-yoon broke the silence while nodding.
그러면
Looking at it that way, I believe this was a most serious accident.
그렇지만
But surprisingly, the accident was all wrapped up after they posted the statement of apology. The official account manager was replaced instead of getting fired.
그러니까
That's why timing is important. He got caught and punished, but survived nonetheless. While the other guy got fired immediately after messing up the profiles. Yeah. Alright, Seil, I bet you're gonna have some things to say.
그 말은
During Super Week?
그래.
Yes, what happened in episodes 6 to 9 must have been mainly discussed. So it's very likely that this is someone who worked during that period.
혹시나
Only that time period was covered because we were too into criticizing Hyesung's past, right?
그리고
Your character looks done. Yeah, he's like, There are so many staff members who worked during that time. We hurriedly hired so many new recruits after the preliminaries because we were understaffed. Although many of them quit soon after, most of them were hired during episodes 6 to 9. Their numbers amounted to be half of the total B-Star staff for the
그거 있잖아.
season. Can't we narrow it down? Do any of those new recruits stand out? My memory is vague.
불확실해요.
It was during a college break, so we hired a lot of college students as contract workers. It's not like I hired or interviewed them myself. I can't remember every single one of them. Okay, well, sorry for talking to you, Seil. God.
그럴까요?
They seem more disgusted than other people.
혹시
Any eligibility requirements you remember? Like age or educational background? Something that would make them feel that they better than those two. That they are better than those two.
모르겠어요.
College students have good educational backgrounds. I'm not sure if you were aware of this, but there were so many college kids.
그런 편이죠.
They work during college breaks and quit before the new school semester starts. Which episodes were they in then?
그거야.
Considering what was filmed, it should be episodes 6 to 7. Seil stopped talking and gave a smirk.
근데 그게
Is that a smirk? By the way, that kind of puts me in that category too. I'm older than Hyesung. I graduated from university, although I have no sense of inferiority, I still hate Hyesung.
혹시나
Am I also a suspect? Okay, we're just gonna talk about how we hate somebody that's
Are you
dead.
trying to deny my entire existence?
God, fuck you, Seil. You're the worst.
Is it because you think I'm ugly?
You don't hate Inha, at least. That's gonna throw him off.
있잖아.
Seil, forget about Hyesung. What about Inha? I know you don't like Hyesung, but I'm not sure about Inha. That alone proves that you're not S. Sungyeon.
맞아요.
You know me then. Of course not. No way I hate Inha.
사실은
But I actually disliked Hyesung. You've been supporting us from the beginning.
Yeah.
I don't think you disliked Hyesung enough to hurt him.
네.
Exactly. I'm not the type to hurt anyone. Anyway, our suspect pool is too big at the moment. Okay.
맞아요.
Clearly, it was B-Stars who leaked Sungyeon's accident for the first time. S. Sungyeon ran their mouth off as if Sungyeon was really dead. At the time, there wasn't even an official announcement yet.
그럴지도.
I guess the information could have been circulated internally.
그게요.
There were so many group chats that the staff use. There are different types of staff members, so it's hard to keep count on them. There's also a chat room for former staff members. Are some of these chat rooms used for work purposes? Of course, for emergency contacts. Since we have some part-timers, not everyone was given a company email, you know?
그럼
Do you think they also received the information provided by us? Seil nodded after a brief silence.
어쩔 수 없죠.
They had to post a notice on the B-Star official account and report the news to the executives. It's likely that the news was spread among the group chats as well. Still, the scope is quite broad. Even if we narrow it down to those in chat rooms,
사실은
it's just so many people can come and go. And sometimes former employees still remained in some chat rooms. Okay, the accident. Let's talk.
네?
Any mistakes made by the staff? You're talking about that guy responsible for the social media part.
맞아.
Something about holding a grudge or being neglected. Seil stared into the air for a minute, but soon regained focus.
사실은
In fact, there were a few incidents. Who doesn't use Fader these days? Although you're one of the few people who seldom use Fader.
그렇다고 볼 수
That's
있죠.
why information has often been leaked by staff.
Hmm?
A leak?
말하자면
For example, using personal accounts to upload photos while working on the show. Or leaking the recording schedule and rankings and so on.
그런 편이죠.
people discover the personal accounts of B staff members, hardcore fans keep monitoring them. I heard they'd been coaxing new info out of one of the more gullible members, or even offering to pay for new info. One second, guys. Yes, sorry, that was just plug hole. I'm JK, it was Kevin. An experienced staff member would have been careful, but there were also short-term workers. There was another training session for the entire staff after the preliminaries. It was for conveying the message to the staff that they should be careful with their personal accounts. Has the number of incidents decreased since then? Yeah, but not completely. Personal account issue, right, with this guy.
그거야.
That happened often.
그래?
Are you saying you guys check on all the staff members?
사실은
We don't even have to. They tend to post it on their own. And their posts automatically become an issue. But there's no law prohibiting you from posting photos of your workplace. I'm sure they enjoy the attention at first, but it never ended happily.
그렇다고 볼 수 있죠.
It was the worst after the profile accident happened. Even his private account was dragged out. It was right after the incident, wasn't it? Even a simple grumble was magnified as something very significant. I guess Kyuhyuk was right. So, what happened in the end?
그게요.
He deleted his account and disappeared. Even after he got fired, he was on the verge of falling victim to doxing. Tail lowered his gaze after realizing the stunned look on Doyin's face. You didn't know, it's only natural. About the case of bullying the youngest staff member. He couldn't have known.
그게
Didn't know much about it till now. In my defense, there was no way of
그래요.
knowing. Well, that's true. Even if you had sided with him, it wouldn't have changed anything. And it was his fault that he didn't comply with the policy concerning personal accounts. He had also done a few other things in the past. The rest of the staff was busy preparing for the main episodes, but then we had to do his work too. Some staff members complained about having to do more work.
그런
Even the staff members were divided on the issue? You can henpeck at a lazy person, but you can do nothing about a moron. That's what Sungyeon used to say. You must have thought it was unfair, but it was inevitable back then. And we are getting a lot out of Seil for this communication.
그런 편이죠.
Most of them quit after a short period of time,
그래도
but some must have remained, right?
그렇죠.
The homepage manager in the support department was still there. He said he might join the military after some time, though.
그리고
There might be a couple left in the social media department. Well, that's all I can think of for now.
그러면
Only those in the support department remain then?
아닐 거예요.
Actually, all new recruits were assigned to the support department from the beginning. They were going to quit soon, so I only assigned them simple jobs that didn't require lots of training. Like for the homepage or social media, stuff that required lots of menial labor.
그런 편이죠.
There were many odd jobs around the show. For example, moving the equipment or costumes. Updating Fader was also one of them.
그건
Are you talking about the official account?
네.
Yeah, that part also had many ups and downs. They were constantly changing who was in charge of managing it.
그래?
Kept changing the manager?
그거야.
That's... Seo continued with his arms crossed.
말하자면
First manager was replaced by the now ex-staff member for a bit. Former staff member, the one responsible for the profile accident. Yes, but he wasn't just in charge of that. He was working on many things at the same time. After the profile accident happened, the original manager returned. Come to think of it, he was also a strange person. What do you mean?
그게요.
He was somewhat similar to Hyesung. Oh, maybe it was Hyesung's classmate.
그렇다는 건
Too much into Fader, just like Hyesung?
정답이죠.
Yes, exactly. Since he was responsible for the official account, he had many Fader friends. He was just conveying the messages generated internally, but he made such a big deal of it.
그리고
So even if he made a small mistake, most users acted benevolently towards him. He was a Fader star, just like his son. Although now people criticize him. People want speedy updates. Seo put on a riddling expression on his face. Yes, it's all the more confusing now that Sungyun isn't there to run things. Interesting. So we got a lot out of that. Let's circle back.
Oh,
I was surprised at first. I was so happy someone would remember that time and welcome me. I wish only good things happened, but
혹시
something happened.
그게
It was my mistake. We wanted to hear the stories from the past, so I told him a little.
그게
From the past? What are you talking about? About the concept of beloved. Concept of beloved? It was a cute group.
근데
At first, its concept was to be chic, but it had to be changed right before the debut.
그땐
At the time, that was gaining popularity. Must have been a misjudgment. I was confused, but okay with it. Because it was a debut that we had been longing for. I don't see anything wrong with that story, though.
그건
The next
그렇지만-
day, what I said was posted on the official Beastars website and Fader. You must have immediately known who was responsible. My boss called me up and I was reprimanded.
그때
I've learned to watch my mouth ever since. I answered his question because I was glad to see him.
그러고 보니
There were staff members other than those who quit when the school started again. They joined the staff at around the same time, but worked longer before quitting.
그래요?
People who quit voluntarily, or including both? Ju-young frowned, trying to trace back through her memory. I know. One was the youngest staff member who got fired after the profile accident. Was there someone else?
Oh,
There was a guy who quit before the finals. I can't remember the reason, but I think it was something personal.
그게
How do you know that?
그렇지.
Sometimes I exchange small talk with the staff members. I could never do that. I still get nervous when I'm on stage.
맞아.
But I don't talk to them anymore. I've been through a lot. For now, only those two come to mind. Well, who the hell was the other one?
확실히
I began to watch my mouth.
그럴지도.
Things had gotten awkward, and other contestants became quiet. The staff members overhear many things while working at the studio. I was just answering his questions. They even posted a notification for everyone involved in the show. I never thought I'd be the first one. Ju-young became more careful with what she said after then. I mean, I don't want to say you learned your lesson. That's kind of bitchy. The person who spread it is at fault.
그건
Whoever spread it is at fault. You only answered somebody's question. Oh, she didn't like that.
아니지.
I'm also responsible. I shouldn't have run my mouth. Thankfully, I was given a warning and received no penalties.
그게
What about the staff member who wrote the posts? Was he okay too? Ju-young wore a puzzled look while nodding her head.
결국
But in the end, the accident happened.
그래요?
Accident? By the way, which staff member spread the post?
그게
It was the youngest staff member. Oh, the guy who got fired after the profile accident.
맞아.
Right. Even before the accident, he often wrote posts about contestants on the website or Fader. He was probably fired because of that. You got anything new for us, Gyu? No. Ina? Back to say eel? Really?
그 말은
Think it's easier to find someone without any mistakes.
아무래도
Tons of mistakes were made for each episode.
그렇죠.
And most of the mistakes were somewhat similar. They just kept happening, one right after another. What was the accident that you just mentioned? Yeah, I definitely think that there's somebody in the group of characters that is working with S. Sungyeon, and it's probably Sei-il or Inha.
그건
Ju-young answered the staff's questions about Beloved's debut concept, and word got out.
아,
Oh, that. Sei-il wiped the tip of his nose with the back of his hand.
그리고
Also, the official account manager's mistake was huge.
Wow, it's so much fun.
Protect switch to Sei-il? Absolutely not.
그랬지.
Sei-il, the only Buried Stars character that doesn't have a profile rep in our Discord right now. There were so many accidents. Everyone suspected him of being a hardcore fan of Beloved. Later, it was proven true after his personal account was uncovered. Of course, the viewers who cheered for other contestants weren't happy about that. The Fader manager has no reason to visit the stage.
말도 안 돼요.
I guess that's why he was overreacting, but he crossed the line. He must be lucky, though, since he never got fired. Why did that one not get fired? Okay, the deserters. You remember very well when I don't.
그게
Oh god, he's here. Oh, hey, Kev. He seems to have created controversy when he quit the job.
hacking.
Did you hear that from Ju-young?
Hmm.
He was close with some staff members. E2's excited that you're home too. We'll take a dinner break and... Yeah, you're like zapping her.
It's the wind, I'm so sorry.
Let me think. Seal rubbed his chin with his hand. The guy who quit before the finals wasn't hired during the Super Week team mission. The youngest staff member, who had been hired at the end of the preliminaries, was fired. You know when and how he got fired. Before the finals, right?
그랬었지.
It was right before the finals due to the profile accident.
맞아요.
Yes, so you do remember. Of course, because it was a big issue, even though it didn't last long. He got fired almost immediately. He did odd jobs around the show, such as managing the computers and devices, and briefly managing the official B-Stars account.
그러면
What's the story with the staff member who quit his job?
그거야.
He didn't make any trouble when he quit. He worked as an assistant, and he quit because he had to go back to school. That's all I can remember for now. So, I feel like the guy that got beaten up by Hyesung in high school is probably the one that worked with them, right? And then quit? And maybe he started to... Maybe he's how they got dirt on Hyesung? Yeah, right? Because he wouldn't have been working with them for a long time. So he got hired and then spilled the beans about Hyesung being a jackass. And then somehow got them to pull the strings. Like, he brought down Hyesung. Interesting. Everybody is at full trust levels. Were there any topics that we really wanted to bring up to somebody else? How about stage conflict with Ina? What did she think about the Ju-young and Gyu-hyuk thing? I do remember. What about it? Weren't you going to talk about S. Sung-yeon? Is that also related to something?
있잖아.
I'm trying to go over what happened during episode 6 to 9. It was clearly episode 6. Ina fiddled with her fingers on her chin. We should talk to Ju-young or Gyu-hyuk directly. I didn't have many interactions with them during episode 6. Same here. Then let's talk about something else. Wow, okay, so she gave us a big fat no to that. Did we ever call someone?
페이터의 플러그 홀.
What do you think
어떻게
about
생각해?
plug hole on Fader?
일단 S 승연하고
Well, he is on
붙었으니까
S. Sung-yeon now, so
의도치 않게.
I guess he's on our side, whether intended or not.
형은 뭐라고
What's your opinion on
생각하는데?
him?
결국엔
Could be
똑같은
just another
인연이지.
internet troll.
S 승연보단
Better than S.
나은
Sung-yeon,
거
though,
아니야?
isn't he?
흐름이란 건
Never know.
S 승연이
Let's assume S. Sung-yeon backs off and disappears. People will applaud the new victor. And
플러그 홀이
plug hole could take S. Sung-yeon's place and start attacking us as his next target.
말하는 투는 S
His posts are no
승연과
different from
맞먹고.
S. Sung-yeon's, and they both use anonymous accounts.
그래도 지금은 저
But
사람
at least for now, he's fighting for
입장
us.
바꾸지 않길
Let's just
바라야겠지.
hope that he doesn't change his target. Okay. Okay, cool. So before we end this communication, guys, and go on to the next segment of plot, I'm gonna take a dinner break with Kevin, who just got home, so I think we'll probably resume in about 20 minutes. So sit tight, I'll be back.
Where are you?
Alright, guys, we're back. Sorry for the long wait, but we were devouring our food. Yeah, so... we are now fully prepared, to advance the story. Dinner was wonderful. We had burgers and I had a side salad, and Kev had a fries and onion rings. He's still back there feasting. You subbed to Sad Guy? Well. Kev said as charity? Probably for the Rolling Frog, because that emote is really good. Alright guys, let's go ahead and see where this is gonna go. I was contacted for a Genshin charity event, speaking of charity, Kevin. Yeah, I was invited, because I'm a Genshin streamer. Something weird. I don't think I'm interested in doing it, to be honest. It was a whole thing. I'll talk about it later. Dinner was good. I'm feeling really full. So I had to roll, much like your frog. I rolled over here to the chair. I didn't break up with Genshin. I'm just, like, not feeling super motivated to play right now. It happens. Alright, let's make a quick save. So, where was our most recent one for this chapter? Was that this? Yes. Great. Ganbate. Identifying identity. Yeah. We kept choosing bad dialogue options with her. Usually it's Gyu Hyuk that I mess up with a lot. He had finally compiled the list of staff who could be S. Sunyeon, a former staff member who got fired after the profile accident, and the official Fader account manager.
얘기하다 보니 그렇게 남았네.
That's what we have left.
엄한 사람 찍으면 역풍 맞을지도 몰라요.
If we accuse an innocent person, it could backfire. Do we know our points? Do those still matter? What points are you talking about? Oh boy. Just then, a message from Plughole arrived. Oh, our ranking. I haven't checked the rankings in a while, although they are available for you to look at. They don't really seem to vary. Like, everybody kind of stays in the same spot. Yo, man. It's time to end it all. Get the big picture now after talking with people? It's time to make a choice. Let me reconstruct the story. We'll start with the former staff member. Let's reconstruct the timeline of the former staff member. Okay, so... this music makes it sound like it's timed, and I got kind of nervous. The staff member was hired during the preliminaries and fired before the live broadcast began due to the profile accident. He'd managed data, devices... yeah, that one for sure. Oh, this is kind of... the music is just freaking me out. Wait, I'm actually kind of confusing myself. Is working period 1 really it? Yeah. Right, after being replaced with somebody else, he whined that his reassignment wasn't fair. Lame. Right, okay, so... I'm kind of mixing up in my head which one applies to which person, since neither of these people have names. Like, there's 2 employees that they're talking about here. Is the one who got fired the same one that wrote the things about Hisung on the official account by accident? I don't know. I'm gonna try that. I don't know if this is gonna work. We can always go back in our save if we have to.
막내 스텝은
The former
지원
staff
예산
member
끝날
came
때쯤
in
들어왔다고
right
했어.
before the end of the regional preliminaries.
배고당한 건 프로필
And this kid
문제가
got
드러나
fired after the profile error had surfaced.
추측한 범위에 맞다고 볼 수
It's
있어.
safe to say he should probably be on our list of possible suspects. Ah,
지금 막내 스텝
we're talking about the
얘기
former
중에
staff member.
상관없는
I
얘기가
guess I brought up an
있잖아.
irrelevant topic. Oh!
도윤아, 생각이 복잡해?
Yuna, are you confused? Damn it.
잘못 찍느니 그냥
아니,
Okay, so it's not complaints and it's not working period 2. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm getting confused between what story was about which staff member, since neither of them have names. What? He had managed... Okay. I think spread might be on there. Do we have enough things about this one person? I think we might really be screwing this up.
막내 스텝은 지역 예선 끝 배고당한 거 추측한 범위에 맞다고 볼. 스텝끼리 한 말이나
He leaked some info, including staff
얘기가
conversations,
유출한 적
contested
있었어.
conversations, and his personal impressions of the contestants. And we fucked up
막내
replacement.
스텝 얘기 중 상관없는 얘기가 도윤아,
잘못 찍느니
아니,
Okay. So we're kind of just like process of elimination with this. The youngest staff member caused trouble by posting rumors that he had heard from contestants on the Beastars website and Fader. Which was... Which ones have we picked already? Complaints was in our first group, and so was Working Period 2. And we tried Replacement in the last one, and that didn't work. I guess Lopsided? Because of the Ju Young rumor thing?
막내 스텝을 해고당한 거 추측한 범.
Okay.
스텝끼리 한 말이나.
Ah!
상관없는 얘기. 도윤아.
잘못 찍.
아니.
What the hell? I'm so confused. Is it utter blame? That's like the only thing I haven't chosen.
막내 스텝은 해고당한 거 추측한 범. 프로필 사건 터지고
As the profile accident
개인적으로
happened,
쓰는
his
계정도
personal
끌려나왔어.
account was also revealed by others.
해고당하고도
Even after he got
한참
fired, he
동안
revealed a
비난을
lot of blame. Received a lot of blame.
스텝끼리 한 말이나. 끝났어. 막내
I'm
스텝.
done talking about the former staff member.
출연자 정보는 어떻게 알았던 거죠?
How did he get to know the information on the
유출
contestants?
사건이 있었지.
There was a leak. The
일하는
former
동안
staff member
가십을 모으고
gathered
여러
gossip
채널로
and
퍼뜨렸어.
spread it through a number of channels.
여러 잡무를 했고.
He did odd jobs around the show,
전산이나
including
기기에
some
관련된
random
일도
tech
있었지.
stuff with computers and other devices.
잠깐 공식 계정도 맡아서 쓴
He
적이
was
있어.
also temporarily put in charge of managing the official account.
워치 기능하고 페이터 비번에 대해서도
It's quite likely that he knew the watch's functions and the fader password.
비번을 받은 건
But the password was issued during the second round of finals.
비번은 더 전에
He was
있는데.
fired long before that.
아,
Oh,
그건
I can
제가
explain
말해볼 때
that.
관련 스텝은
The person
더
in charge
일찍
of
알수
Fader
있었을
could have been
거예요.
given that info earlier. He was in charge of the official Fader account until the first round of the finals.
해고 상태라 오늘
Since he
사고에도
was already
휘말리지
fired,
않았어.
he wasn't involved in today's accident.
스텝 연락망 중에 아직 남아
And if he's
있다면
still on the staff
우리가
contact
전한
list,
피디님
it is
소식을
possible that he
일찍
might
듣는
have
것도
heard
가능해.
the news about Sungyeon right away.
잘린 사람이 연락망에 남아 있을까?
Why would he still be on the list if he was fired?
사실 좀
That's a
그렇긴
good point,
한데
actually, and it's
가능하긴
quite
해요.
possible.
스텝 구성이
The
좀
staff structure
복잡해서
is a bit complicated since
계약에
it includes
파견서도
temps
써있고
and contractors.
수색하려는데
We can't even
명단도
properly
제대로
search the
안
list.
그렇다 쳐도 왜 익명으로
Then
반협반을
why
하는
would he
건데?
make anonymous threats?
그건 아마
That's
프로필 사건으로
probably because he got
해고될
fired
겁니다.
after the profile
더
accident.
짚어볼 여지는 있지만요.
Although there are some other points we should go over.
다음은
Let's talk about
공식
the
계정
official
관리자지.
account manager next. Okay, so that one's clearly about the official account manager.
공식 계정 운영자는 몇 번이나 교체됐었어.
Right? Official account management duties changed hands several times.
결국 돌고 돌아
After trying a
원래
few
하던
different
사람한테
people out, the
돌아갔지.
task was given back to the first account manager.
지금 관리자
This account manager, the first
그러니까
official
처음
account
계정을
manager,
관리하던
made a
사람은
crucial
베스타
mistake.
공식
He
계정을
shared a post that
로그인한 채로
criticized his
회사
son while
공유를
logged
보내버렸지.
into the official Beastars
바로
account.
공유를 취소했지만
He deleted the post
벌써
right away,
많은
but many
사람들이
people had already seen it.
개인 계정과 공식
He
계정을
explained that he
헷갈렸다고
used the
해명했었지.
official account by mistake instead of his own personal account.
사람들은 실수가
But some
아닐
people
거라며
didn't believe it was a
이유를
mistake,
찾겠다고
and they
나섰어.
claimed that they would find the true reason.
그러다 개인 계정에서
Soon, one of them found out that the
브이로그도
account
편을
manager was a
자책한
fan of
것처럼
Beloved while checking out his personal account.
스텝이 본분을
He
잊고
obsessed about his
자기
celebrity
복지에
crush and
치우쳤다고
neglected
했어.
his duties as a staff member.
결국 관리자는
Eventually,
징계를
he was
받고
disciplined and
교체당했지.
replaced.
출연자들한테
He
와서
even complained to the
호소하겠어.
contestants that he'd been set up.
나름대로 억울하다는
I
거야.
guess he had his reasons for making that complaint.
이쪽도 정리됐어.
Now I'll explain the episode regarding the official account manager.
그쪽은 현장 스텝이
The
아니야.
account manager didn't work on the site. Oh, on site. So he wouldn't have been affected by this accident
그렇지.
either.
지금도 계속
Right,
글 쓰고
he is writing
있으니까.
posts even now.
데이터를 관리했으니까
Because he
그쪽
managed
부분도
the
알-
Fader
알수
account,
있어.
there's a possibility that he's aware of our password.
출연자들 얘기를 어느 정도 알고
So
있는
how
거야.
would he know all the personal info about the
컨셉
contestants?
잡아야죠. 어떤 스태프한테는
Sometimes that's
전달돼요.
shared with certain staff members. They need it so that they can come up with character concept ideas for the show.
범위가 어디까지인지.
Although I'm not
무슨
sure what
얘기인지까지는
info is shared with
각각
whom
다르지만요.
exactly.
PD님 얘기를 일찍 아는 것도
It's also possible that the
베스트
Beastars
관리자한테는
account
아는
manager heard about Sunyeon.
우리가 제작진에게 말했으니까.
We told the production crew about her death, so it could have been passed on quickly.
그렇다면 뭐에 빡쳐서 이러는 건데?
Then what's he pissed off at?
공식 계정으로
He used the official account to share a post that criticized Hyesung.
실수라고 했지만
He said it was a
내
mistake,
비난을
but
받다
eventually he
결국
was punished
징계까지
for it
갔어.
being severely he was punished for it after being severely
개인
blamed.
계정에선 혜성이 않기에
People found his
영인은
personal account,
팬이었던 게
and
아니죠.
as it turns out, he was a big fan of Ju-young and a hater of Hyesung.
정말
I didn't even imagine.
갑자기 우리한테
He
억울하다면서
even came to us
들어오기도
complaining
했어.
how unfairly he was punished. I guess he had his own reasons. His son continued to get himself in trouble, so I guess he was trying to help the show. But in the end, he thought he was the only one who suffered. I feel like between the two, it's more likely that this person is S. Sunyeon. Well, Kuroi, that part is actually explained because, on their devices, all of their accounts have the same password. So it's like not really a stretch to think that maybe the official account could potentially have the same password as the contestants' accounts. Maybe not, but I feel like he would be privy to that knowledge, probably. Considering three conditions: the motive for anonymous attacks, the position to access the contested secrets, and Sungyun's death, and access the watch's password info. Absolutely. The official account manager and former staff satisfied all of these
결론이
criteria.
어렵네.
We've come this far, but it's still difficult to draw a conclusion. Who could it be?
글쎄요.
먼저 하나 시도하고
We could try one of them and move on if we're wrong.
실패할 경우에
The fallout
리스크도
from accusing the
생각하셔야죠.
wrong person, though. Theo came forward while adjusting his glasses.
아까부터
I've been
조금
feeling
애매했던
uncertain
건데요.
about something.
추측이야
I'm
괜찮아요.
okay with your guesswork, but
출연자 계정으로
you'd
잘
better not
봤을
use
거면
your contested
안 돼요.
account to accuse them.
싸움 붙는
That will
순간부터
create a
문제가
problem for me,
생겨요.
you know?
그 책임은
Since I'm the only staff member here, I
스텝인
could be
저한테
held
올 수도
responsible
있고.
for your actions.
그치만
Hey, but
제대로 짚어도
even if we
저쪽이
choose the right one,
잘못되면
he could
그만이에요.
simply deny it.
정황은 있어도 확실한
What we
단서가
need is
없어.
hard evidence, not circumstantial
그럼
evidence.
여기까지겠지.
If we don't have that, the whole thing ends here.
주혁이 형 말대로
Exactly.
S 승연이 바깥에
We agree that
있는
S. Sunyeon
것까지
isn't someone in
나왔잖아요.
here with us,
그럼
right?
제가 뭐라고
And we
하든
can just ignore whatever they say. They weren't wrong. Introduced a second ballot system or something? Why don't you answer me? Yoon explained how he narrowed down the pool of staff suspects and their stories. Oh, good old plug hole. Let's talk to him real quick. If S. Sunyeon is under a lot of pressure, we can take them out using circumstantial evidence. But it doesn't seem to be the case, meaning we can't. Then what should we do? Eikisuan. We need stronger evidence other than circumstantial one. What? I've accessed Hyesung's cloud before. Then it was logged in the IP access history. Saw the history, but there were not many logs. I guess Hyesung hardly visited the backup server. And I found out another IP logged several times before me. Bypassed IP, visited from one of the African countries. Guess who it is? It's S. Sunyeon's IP. Does it have to do with choosing between the two? Of course, you bet your life on it. Cloud is connected from a PC. If there is a foreign IP logged, S. Sunyeon is using a PC to access Fader. Let's see if it's the official account, but I need your help. What help? Let's make a very interesting bait link related to you guys. If someone clicks it, their IP and device model will be logged. Then you send the same link to the official account. I mean. Because I can't. S. Sungyeon may ignore a link sent by an anonymous user, so it must be sent by you. If the link is accessed from the official account, the IP and device model will be logged. Then I'll check if the IP is the same as the one logged on the cloud server and if the device is PC. What if S. Sungyeon uses two PCs? One of the official account, the other for S. Sungyeon. Look, buddy. Let's suppose you're the official account manager and also using S. Sungyeon account from another PC. You have clicked the link and seen the whole content in it. Then how likely is it for you to go to another PC to log in as S. Sungyeon and click the link again, or go to another PC to click the link sent to the official account? It's not impossible, but extremely unlikely. We've seen how this person is behaving. All their careless behaviors. Let's sum it up. If the first visitor's IP is the same as the one in the cloud and the device's PC, the official account manager is S. Sungyeon. Or the former staff member, either of the two. Does it have to be a link of a personal story? We could still lure him without such a thing. Take it or leave it, I'm 100% sure that a personal story is the best way to lure that worm. We must make S. Sungyeon click the link. Just put up the title and write nothing. Don't be scared, man. If you don't like using others, why don't you use yours, don't you? You don't have to really disclose anything. My finger hurts from typing too long. Make up your mind and let me know so I can fix it. So I can check it. Let's end it. The conversation ended with an unsolved question. At this point, there is no other way. He decided to go along with Plughole's advice. Something that's attractive enough to click the link. A plausible story, not something unrealistic. What if we say it's an apology? Because that's what S. Sungyeon wanted, right? Suggest the info that can lure out S. Sungyeon. Oh my god, and these are your rapport conversation topics. That's so cool. Oh boy. I feel like it's between myself, Inha, or Ju Young's story, because if it's the original account manager, they were a fan of Ju Young's. If it's the young one that made all the mistakes, who is also potentially a stalker, it would be Inha, right? I feel like using Ju Young's would be shady if I did that, though. Because it's like it's like kind of airing her, not dirty laundry, but like it's talking about her without... Let's try Inha. We're gonna try Inha. Should I lure him with Inha's story? I can tell him it's about Inha's secret, for example. Yes. Feel uncomfortable, but it doesn't contain any significant data. We could also catch Seiil if we... Right. I'm back with the link. Send this link to the official Beastars account manager with some appealing description. It's my turn now. Ooh, what's gonna happen? We're working with Plughole to try to bait S. Sungyun. He threw the bait and waited for the right moment. Doyoon felt bad. Oh, he felt sorry for using someone else's story as bait. He couldn't help but glance at the others. Should have written about myself. Hey, Aquatic. A few minutes later, Plughole's message arrived. Package has been delivered. Here's the identity of S. Sungyun you've requested. Check the logs. Oh god, yeah, you just got here at a great time, Aquatic. Of course. Here's the result of the bait link. The identity of S. Sungyun is... So, Jam, Plughole is this anonymous account that has been sending us messages all New Game Plus. And he's helping us catch the... well, discover the identity of S. Sungyun. We'll continue after ad. No! Oh, come on, I'm serious here. Don't get serious. It doesn't help. Anyway, the identity of S. Sungyun is... say it. Young staff member. Okay. So that was one of the first things that we suggested, actually. The identity of S. Sungyun, who'd been harassing everyone, was the former staff member who got fired as a scapegoat. Different IP and device for the official account. A few minutes later, the IP from the cloud disappeared. The former staff member still seems to have access to the network. Beastars, friends, security comes first. Anyway, now is the time to decide. Decide what? We will make S. Sungyun unable to come back anymore. We can embarrass S. Sungyun by revealing what we've collected so far. That's the life. The higher you soar up, the greater the damage when you fall. Wasn't easy for Doyoon to send the answer. The former staff member who exploited the death of Sungyun and mocked the survivors. Was it because he was so resentful at the show's success and the spotlights on the contestants? Was it that unfair? Was it that miserable? Nobody here remembered his name. It's true. He was not a noteworthy person. Former staff member. No one remembered much about him at all. Excuse me, are you there or what? You don't like a noisy brawl? You want to handle it quickly? Or quietly even? Then we can just report who he is to the official account manager. Or that way? Oh! We do it the Plughole way. I don't like the time decisions. I didn't get to read it over myself. I'll leave it to you. Or at least not think it over. Okay, let's beat the crap out of this loser. Just wait and watch the show. I'm sure a few sucker punches will soon turn into mob violence. Other people might have a different idea. You should persuade them. But, Doyoon, listen carefully. It's a big thing to take down S. Sungyun. Your friends there will have more room to breathe for a while. But this is not the end. Probably due to a signal issue, no further messages came from him. Check the timeline on the watch. S. Sungyun, the most popular account in Fader. I'm sad to say it was the new staff who got fired for messing up the Beastars profile. Sniff. I really hope that there's no more tremors. I've already checked the IP, so don't worry about it. The two can't be living in Africa or something, right? Nervous, huh? The mail address and the first digits of the phone number matched exactly when I checked the recovery option. I understand it must have been difficult and frustrating, but it's not like the contestants prayed for the profile error to occur. Isn't he almost certainly S. Sungyun? Finally, the truth will show itself. You framed him as the informer of Hyesung's past life, and it didn't work. Now you are trying to frame him as an evil staff member. Him? That's you. Wait, when did we ever come to the conclusion that the young staff member was the one that Hyesung beat up? Haven't you seen my photo of the scene? I can't believe you're still suspecting me over that hypocrite. Rookie, I'll be waiting on the new photo full of metadata. Don't think it's going to work. Of course it's impossible. You want another piece of evidence? Fine, just hold there. You know, the former staff member's personal account had been exposed. Now that I think about it, S. Sungyun sounds pretty much like him. Yeah, it is weird for him to impersonate Sungyun out of everyone else. Check the former staff member's fader, and he spoke just like this guy. And you know what? The account was changed to a private mode just now. Didn't he make an excuse that the mixed up data was not his mistake? Only weirdos make such a basic mistake. What? Hyesung's comet? Yeah, that's me. Is it true that S. Sungyun is an ex-staff member who was fired? Is he causing all this trouble impersonating a dead person for his personal grudge? What a loser. Survivors and bereaved families file a suit. His life is over. If S. Sungyun is really that guy, then he better kneel down and beg for mercy to everyone right now. Or does he have something else up his sleeve? A secret card or something. Around the time of the profile issue, I heard from a friend of mine who knew that guy, and my friend said he was a wacko. A true, genuine wacko out of all the staff members. Look, S. Sungyun's posts are being erased. He's running away now. If he's deleting them all, then it's obvious who he is. Those who dance to S. Sungyun's tune, they should do something to make up their stupid mistake by writing an apology post or something. I don't expect much, though. What if this is just Sungyun deleting their posts after being wrongly accused? Like, what if this is not the real identity, and they're doing all this to make us think that we've won? Like, oh, you want to blame that guy? Sure, go for it. I definitely won't get caught if you blame the wrong person. What S. Sungyun has disclosed so far were rumors he heard while working for Beastars. S. Sungyun is done? I tried to witch hunt survivors using public opinion only to face a backlash. We will take decisive action on spreading false information about survivors or damaging the reputation of the deceased. S. Sungyun never came back. It served as proof that his identity was successfully revealed. Public opinion shifted suddenly. Timeline was flooded with posts criticizing and blaming S. Sungyun.
Good enough.
Is it finally over? Why did that lower my sanity? S. Sungyun, who had been harassing the group for so long, finally made his exit. His exit wasn't as pleasant or delightful as Do-yoon had imagined it would be. Oh god, that would be such a mindfuck. I bet you Plughole is the original... I bet you Plughole is the original account manager. The one who does the official account still. The survivors exchanged flustered looks with one another.
퇴장이네요. S 승현.
S. Sungyeon. I mean,
막내
the
스텝.
former staff member is out of the picture now.
어이없지만 걔.
The sad thing is I can't even remember his name.
다들 마찬가지일 거야.
I guess no one of us. I guess none of us does. Oh, why that looks so awkward. Ju Young, who was holding the watch by her knee, raised her head.
프로필 사건이
I can't believe the profile accident was the cause of this.
우리가 자르라고 한 거 아니잖아. 근데
We
왜?
were not the ones who fired him, so why?
이 쇼의
The main
간판은
actors of Beastars are us, the contestants.
실실 쪼개고 다니는
His
꼴을
hatred
보니
probably grew toward us as we looked merry and happy on screen. There was a heavy silence.
Who?
It literally nobody knows the name of this poor guy. And Seil worked with him, like what? Pressure they felt while the identity of S. Sungyeon was hidden was no longer there. And the next question in the queue emerged in its place. A depressing question that would weigh upon them heavily.
근데
By the way... At the same time, the question was inevitable.
서혜성을 죽인 건
Then who murdered Hyesung? Now, are we gonna go into Seil's villain arc? Maybe? Seil stretched out his hand to interrupt.
그거야.
Well,
그거야 모르죠.
we'll never know.
S 승현 아닌
It
건
wasn't S. Sungyeon for sure, but... We'll never know, huh? Hell no is he gonna have a redemption and sob story arc. No, I'm not falling for it. He might try it, but it's not going to work. Are we going back to square one?
S 승현.
Do you really think
정말
S. Sungyeon
여기
has
사건이랑
nothing to
관계가
do
없는
with the
건가?
incidents in here? Atir, is this similar to the route that you were on? Or am I on like a different path?
넘겨짚다 분위기를
I think he
든
just
것뿐이야.
got lucky with his guesses.
그럼 역시 어디 숨은 놈이 범인이겠지?
Say eels? Oh my god, it is! Say eel backwards is Lisa! Oh, I mean lies! And I guess the attacker is hiding in here somewhere. Oh, then I guess the attacker is hiding in here somewhere, right?
모르겠어.
I don't know. We've already searched the whole area.
어쨌든 누가
I
있다고
want to
믿고
believe that
싶어.
there's someone hiding somewhere that we haven't yet discovered.
그게 아니면 결론이 하나뿐이잖아.
If that's not the case, only one possibility remains.
우리 안에
It must be one of us. The beads of sweat on Do-yoon's neck suddenly turned cold.
그럴 리가요.
No way, it's gotta be someone else.
뭐든 확실한 건 하나야.
One thing is for sure.
단단히 뭉쳐
As long as we stick together, we're safe.
우린
There
다섯
are 5 of
명이니까.
us. Inha's gaze lingered among the rest of the group. There was an awkward silence.
그치?
That's right.
그런데 나
By the way, I have a question. Inha slowly turned around to face Gyu-hyuk.
서혜성 보러
When you
분장실
went to the
갔을 때
dressing room to meet his son. Oh, I just got chills.
얘기 끝나고 바로 돌아온 거 맞지?
You came back here right after meeting with him.
그때 걔
Was he okay until then?
멀쩡했지?
뭐?
Huh?
그냥
I'm just curious. I didn't even get to
난
see
걔
him.
만나지
바로 왔어.
I came back right after.
다음은
You
다
know what
아는
happened
쪽이야.
after that.
여기 있는 사람은 혜성이를
No
해칠
one
이유가
here has a
없어.
reason to hurt Hyesung.
이유가 있어야 그래?
There has to be a reason. Somebody could have gone crazy for a moment in such a stressful situation.
혜성이
Hyesung argued with S. Sungyeon even after Gyu-hyuk had come back.
그거는 뭐
That's true. Yuhyuk slightly loosened the knot on his tie.
다 뿌리치고 혼자 간
Minha,
건
you were the
네가
one who
너였어.
insisted on going when everybody tried to stop you.
틀렸어.
Somebody could have lost
열받아서 그런
her
거면
sanity as well.
범위를
Oh.
넓혀보는 게 어때?
나?
Huh? You mean me?
걔가 페이터에
I
뭔
went
소리를
there because I didn't know what
그랬지.
trash he was gonna post on Fader.
뭔지도 모를 걸 발표 아니면
We
안
couldn't just
했는데.
sit around and do nothing while he was about to make an announcement about God who knows what. Do-yoon felt like throwing up, and my head was spinning. Do-yoon? Why? I thought we are Do-yoon. He tried to erase the group's anxiety by removing S. Sungyeon from the picture. Once S. Sungyeon was gone, we began to suspect one another.
이나, 네가 말한
About the
페이터
Fader
발표
announcement you mentioned.
결국
Now we'll
뭐였는지
never know what it was
모르겠어.
about.
우리가 아는 건
The one thing we know is that Hye-sun called us one by one to persuade us to drop out of the competition.
잠깐.
Wait,
그거
who first told us about that?
사태 얘기하면서
That
협박
he made a
비슷하게 했단
threat.
말.
When talking about forcing us out of the audition. We didn't hear it from him directly.
전해 들은 거지.
We heard it from someone else. Yeah, it was us. There's no reason to hide that. It was
내가
me.
제일
I
먼저
was the first to see him.
만났잖아. 갔다 와서 무슨
And I
얘기를
told you
했는지
that.
말해줬고.
I told you what we talked about after coming back.
도윤아,
Do
나설 필요
you?
없어.
You don't need to explain yourself.
그래, 너였네.
Yes, it was you.
다음이 큐.
Next was
두
Gyuhyuk,
사람이
and
다녀와서
you both
비슷한
said the
얘기였지.
same thing.
둘이 말을
You
맞추거나
guys
한
didn't
건
make up
아닐 테고.
stories, right?
그럴 이유가 없지.
Kidding? Why am I getting this, like, feeling in the back of my mind? Like this is suddenly, like, quickly going to turn on Gyuhyuk. Hey Dots. We revealed the identity of S. Sungyeon, and now they're all panicking about who killed Hye-sung all over again, since they know that there's not some crazy person hiding out. So basically, you came in just as more drama is unfolding, so good timing. Are you kidding?
이나야, 이제
You
그만해.
know, that's enough.
그냥
I'm
생각만
just
좀
trying to
해보는
think.
거야.
Ju-young intervened, raising her hands.
얘기해보는 정도는 괜찮다고
It won't hurt to
생각해.
talk about it.
혼자 불안에 떠는
It would
것보다
be better than
낫겠지.
trembling in fear all alone. But
너무
let's not go
깊게
too deep.
들어가지 마. 몇 시간은 더
We have to
기다려야
wait a
되는
few
상황이야.
more hours in here.
감정 다치고
If we hurt each other's
서로
feelings and
나가기라도
someone
하면
leaves,
그렇게까지 할 생각은 아니었어.
that's not what I had in mind.
제일 수상했던
S.
놈이
Sungyeon was
결정했으니까요.
the most suspicious, and he just departed.
각자 생각이
Naturally,
많아지는
we're
거
all thinking
어쩔
a
수
lot
없어.
right now.
그건 나도 마찬가지니까.
Right, I am too. Ju-young put one hand on top of her head and slowly took a deep breath.
혜성이 찾았을 때
We considered lots of
벌써 여러
possibilities when we
가지를
found
따져봤어.
Hye-sung.
그땐 S 승현이 제일
At that
수상하다는
time,
전제가
S. Sungyeon
있었지.
was apparently our public enemy as well as the prime suspect.
지금은 그게
But he's gone
사라져버린
now,
거고.
right? Minha lowered her gaze and nodded.
그럼 이렇게 해보는 건
How
어때?
about this?
다시 한번
We
자세히
could go a little
푸는 거야.
deeper like the last time.
어떤 거에 대해서?
About what? Hyuk continued after a brief pause.
혜성이가 무대에서
Our
떠난
whereabouts after Hye-sung
우리
left the
행적.
stage.
그때 얘기?
Again?
굳이
Do you
되새길
think it's
필요까지
necessary?
이자를 불러 말아.
Should I go over it again or what? Everyone seemed to hesitate at Gyuhyuk's remark.
그게 좋지 않을까?
Yeah, it would be wise to clear all suspicions.
해보죠.
Let's do it. We have a different premise now, so we should go over it again.
막연하게 화살
It's better than
날리는 것보다
blindly
그게
firing
낫겠어.
at one another.
딴 사람들은 어때요?
What about the rest of you guys? Well, Lucas, they figured out that that photo was from Hye-sung's watch, and S. Sungyeon just took it from the cloud data. So, they pretty much know.
다
I'm not against it if everyone's okay.
이제 와서 빼기도 그러네.
Can't back off now. Fine, let's do it.
우리가 할 건 생존이지.
What we
수사가
want
아니야.
is survival, not
그건
investigation. Let's not forget that. None of them really disagreed with going over their whereabouts again. Let's go over it again. It might help us to ease the tension. It seemed like there was an implicit agreement. Is everyone happy with the elimination of the rat? The attacker might be among us. I have thought so. I saved you guys out of trouble, and now you're fighting amongst yourselves? I hope there's no brawl going on. Do you want me to stop them aggressively? If you overreact, you will become the focus of the group, Do-yoon. You better point out anything suspicious. Tension is to be avoided, but a mild degree of stress could be helpful to overcome the situation. Well, more sanity down. No thank you. Do-yoon closed messenger. It was a reasonable idea. Rather than letting all the suspicion explode later, it would be better to clear them now. So they decided to have another talk. But he couldn't help but feel the sense of defiance toward Plughole's casual tone of speech. What? I thought we were working on it together. Please don't sulk, I'm begging you. Don't like your tone. Aye aye, sir. Your tone. Hey. Do-yoon lowered the watch and listened to what the others had to say. There was some progress to the story.
S승연이나 밖에서 온
So we're
침입자는
leaving
해고하는
S.
거랬지?
Sungyeon or anyone out there out of this, right?
뭐든
Whatever it is, the
마지막
fact
발견이 2시.
that we found him at 2 a.m. in the restroom doesn't change.
옮긴 흔적은 없었죠. 거기에서
No
당했어.
sign of him being moved. He was attacked right there.
가능했던 시간대는 2시에서
The possible
앞으로
time
20분
period
정도.
would be 20 minutes to 2 a.m. Do-yoon chewed over the time period again.
1시
1:40 a.m. That's when Hyesung stopped writing posts on Fader. From 1:40 to 2 a.m., those who were able to go to the restroom were... Oh boy! Who could access the restroom before Hyesung's death? Well... Inha... Maybe Inha, Seil, and Ju-young, right? But Yu-hyuk! I'm gonna say Yu-hyuk, Inha, Seil, because Ju-young doesn't really make sense. Oh, they were just talking about tone in the game here. That's why Rosen said that. So, Inha and Seil for sure, but do I say Ju-young or Yu-hyuk? It says 5 to 10 minutes, 1:25 to 1:30, so that would land him right at 1:40. Right, she ran away because of the panic attack. I'm gonna say Ju-young. Inha went to the dressing room after reading Hyesung's Fader post around 1:40 a.m. She asserted that no one follows her. She said she waited in the central corridor until the tremor, but nobody saw that. Seo went to the central corridor once the tremor had passed. He said he was in the empty dressing room and later came out to the central corridor to meet Inha. He was also alone until he met Inha again after checking the dressing room. Ju-young disappeared for a while after 1:40 a.m., but she came back soon and Seo and Inha met up with her on stage. It means she had no time to go to the restroom. So not Ju-young, it has to be Gyu-hyuk. Even though Gyu-hyuk was back after Hyesung was posting fader messages. Right, so Inha and Seo. Gyu-hyuk met Hyesung after I did. Hyesung was arguing with S. Sungyeon and continued to do so even after Gyu-hyuk came out. Gyu-hyuk has been with me since 1:40, that's for sure. So wait, do they want me to say Inha twice? Do you struggle with this, E-tier, as well? Because I am really, like, it seems difficult. Yeah. I hate it when you misspeak and the rapport goes down with everyone. Okay. She said she went to the staff corridor after finding out that the dressing room was empty. She met Seo coming back to the central corridor and they came to the stage together. She's the only one who knows what she did up to the point that she met Seo. So, yeah, they only let you bring up the two of them. Inha and Seo. They were able to go to the restroom during that 20-minute time period. Also, they didn't encounter each other until they met up at the central corridor. The only way to prove your whereabouts is through your accounts. At the time, both Gyu-hyuk and Do-yoon were on the stage. Ju-young was gone for a while, but it was impossible for her to go to the central corridor.
아니, 결국 그 말씀이잖아요.
Hey, so that's what you're saying after all. Alright, time for Seo to make everything fucking worse. Do-yoon raised his head at Seo's echoing voice from the other side.
의심병 한번 떨었다고.
Now you're trying to frame me, aren't you?
무슨 일이야?
What's the matter?
그 틈에 서해성 조질 수 있는
You're
게
saying Seo and I are the only
나의
ones who could attack his son during that time period.
그런 거면
If that's true, why would I even bother bringing it up first?
서해성한테 까칠하게 군 게
Am I the only one who was hard on Hyesung?
뭘 했다는 게 아니야.
I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just making a remark based on the premise that there is no one else here other than us.
맞장구 치고 가긴 어렵다고요.
It's not like we could have coordinated our story.
둘 중에 하나면 반반 확률로
If it's
범인이
gotta be one of
당첨이네.
us, it's simply a 50-50 chance for God's sake.
처음 얘기한 대로 걸리는 점을 짚어본 거야.
We're just dealing with possibilities, nothing more than that.
저한테도 걸리거든요.
I find this conversation very irritating, nothing more than that.
모난돌이 정 많네.
As the saying goes, a tall tree catches much wind. What's this? It's ridiculous.
내가 범죄자라고?
You think I'm the murderer? Inha ran her hands through her hair, mussing it up. You patch up everything? I'm a bit worried. Getting carried away could be risky. It could be better if you dig into it further. It could be true. If they went over every little detail, they might find out a decisive clue. But if the real attacker comes out, that will be another problem. What do you want me to do? What do you say? Help us, plug hole! No answer, you must be in trouble. Stay calm. We've handled troubles pretty good so far, right? I'm just looking forward to the safe return of Mr. Han. It was Do-yoon who had to make the choice. At the suggestion of going over their whereabouts once more. Fuck. That. I wanted to. Let me hear your story again.
자세히 하면
If we go over the details, we might not have to fuss over this anymore.
2차 소환 조사냐?
So you are going to question me for the second time. Are you saying it was a staff again? The two jumped out of their skins. But they had no choice. We haven't been able to save at all for a while, actually. If I press start right now, it will fast forward through all the dialogue. It seemed that nobody wanted to continue this.
Oh no. 오냐?
Okay, here I go.
그럴 마음이 들었어?
Have you considered it?
극혐이거든.
I hate being treated like a criminal.
이나 씨가 그렇다면
If Inha says it's okay,
취조하려는 건 아니야.
I'm not going to interrogate you.
아닌데.
I know, but I don't like how you're emphasizing it.
그럼 찬찬히 얘기해줘.
Then take your time. Two of them began to talk with grim looks on their faces. Oh boy, I think we are going down a bad route. I have this gut feeling that it's Gyu-hyuk again. We have not gone into the stalker thing at all in this route, which is insane. Maybe if I hadn't brought up the topic of Hyesung's death, maybe we would have gone and talked about that instead. But I'm so curious, I want to know who did it. So we'll make another save. And we'll go back to save 8 if we want to go down and question the others. Mina waited in front of the dressing room until the tremor came, but nobody saw what she was really doing during that time. I'll be specific, so listen carefully. I went straight to the dressing room. When I arrived at the dressing room door, I felt nervous. I thought about what he might say and how I should respond.
그렇다니까.
Then I called out to him from outside the door.
그래?
Called out his name? Yes, just loud enough for him to hear me. There was no response. I waited there for a minute.
그러면
Didn't go in.
잠깐만.
I thought the dressing room door was locked. Did you try calling him or using the messenger?
야.
Why would I do that? Inha bristled at his remark and put her hands around her waist. I just waited there. That's when the tremor came. It was pretty intense. When the tremor died out, I opened the door. It wasn't locked. That's what happened up until I entered the dressing room. I mean, if she's telling the truth, that means it has to be Gyu-hyuk. If she's telling the truth that he wasn't there at 1:40, that means Gyu-hyuk killed him on his way back. Simple as that. Okay. Ina said she left the dressing room and headed to the staff corridor.
설마.
I never expected the dressing room to be empty. Once I saw that it was empty, I got goosebumps. A chill ran up my spine.
그래서
Is that why you went to look for Hyesung?
그래.
Yeah, I thought maybe he was pulling a practical joke hiding somewhere. Ina ran her finger in the air as if drawing the central corridor.
들어봐봐.
Look, I came straight to the central corridor from the stage, right?
그러니까.
So I excluded the stage from my search list. And I was at the central corridor right before going to the dressing room. That's why I went to the staff corridor.
설마.
The restroom wasn't... To be honest, it didn't even cross my mind. The staff corridor was empty. I've gone all the way inside. My hair stood on end when I realized it was empty. I hurriedly came back out of the central corridor and met Seiyuu there. I was so surprised. Guess you were able to loosen up a bit, though. Is that when you guys came back out? Seiyuu said we should go back to the stage. The dressing room was empty, and Hyesung was nowhere to be found. I agreed that we should go back to the stage first. That's how we came back to the stage. Maybe Seiyuu wanted to tell her to go to the stage so that she didn't go to the restroom. Other possibility.
너 괜찮아?
Some details you have there. Why didn't you go for the police jobs instead of joining the audition? That's mighty thorough of you. Inha gently folded her limbs.
그러니까
You're asking me why I just stood there and didn't even try to contact him, right?
그랬었는데.
You said you felt nervous when you arrived there.
맞았어.
It's true. Why do you think I just waited there?
혹시
Is there anything else? Well, also, if Seiyuu had killed in the restroom, Lucas, he wouldn't want her to discover the body. So of course he's gonna be like, hey, let's go back to the stage. Don't go in the area where I killed somebody. Not really. Let's just say they all belong to the same category.
그게
Oh, it's hard to explain. She didn't like to explain why she didn't call his son. Maybe Mars.
알잖아.
This is for having a conversation. I won't be partial in my judgment. S. Sungyeon was, the young staff member that got fired when he messed up their profile info. What are you, a judge now? Inha let out a sigh. I didn't want to leave any records. Records?
예를 들어
Messenger, call records, I just didn't want to leave any tracks. The fuck? That wasn't Seiyuu? No. Nope. Although I do think Seiyuu was probably working with S. Sungyeon. I still stand by that theory.
그게
What does that even mean? You heard me. I think I made the right decision. If I left behind any kind of trace... Inha grabbed her arm with her hand.
아니야?
I would have been the last person to call him.
그랬지.
I guess so. I would have been pushed deeper into the corner, and I couldn't tolerate that. What is she talking about, deeper into the corner? Did you already know he was dead? They can portray me as snobby or rude all they want. I just don't want to be treated as a criminal. Okay, that is so sus. Oh, I better not call him just in case he's dead and I get blamed for killing him. What? Girl, that makes no sense. Ina, who refused accompaniment, left, and Seiyuu, who followed her shortly after the tremor, were the ones who were able to commit the crime during that time. Right.
왜 그래?
Do you want me to tell you why I went there? Where should I begin? It's not like we were friends. Yeah, sounds good, Rosen. Inha repeatedly crossed and uncrossed her arms. Then he locked himself in the dressing room. He said something about having aces in the hole.
그렇다면
I was sure he didn't mean a gun or a knife, so I was keeping an eye on Fader. Sure enough, he wrote something about making an announcement or something.
그랬어.
And that's when I went.
그래.
I went after Gyu-hyuk came back. Then he wrote another post. Yes, it was right after, to be exact. God knows, even he might say what, and I didn't want to feel nervous every time he wrote something.
말하자면
Thought I might have to give him a good scolding so that he would come back to his senses. And that's why I went to see him. That was the only reason. So you were scared he had dirt on you, was what that is.
설마
Are you asking because you really don't know?
한도윤
Do-yoon, you were the one who told me the door was locked. You said Hyesung locked himself in, don't you remember? He
그랬지.
did though. He opened the door for me when, after making sure I was alone. Yeah, Yoo Hyuk also said the same thing. He wasn't exactly welcoming people. You also said you hesitated at the door. Let's just say I waited there for a moment, including that. Oh, sorry for confusing you.
저기
I'm sorry if I got you confused.
Oh?
What's this all of a sudden? That's not what I wanted to hear. You can just say it was locked when you went there, but open when I went. Maybe Hyesung didn't lock it when he left the dressing room. What else then? Ina massaged her shoulders. I'm so frustrated that my shoulders are cramping.
어쨌든
Anyways, you said this wasn't an interrogation,
그래.
right? How would I even do that? I'm not a detective.
야
But your eyes are telling me otherwise. Anyhow, that's what I had been doing until the intense tremor came. I thought my heart was about to burst when I ran into him.
그래?
Came out of nowhere like that?
그렇다니까
He suddenly appeared from the dressing room. I thought Hyesung was taking a leap at me.
그게
It was Seo.
그래
He said he was glad to see me, but I almost gave him a neck chop. Then I would have had to carry him outside. Anything bugging you about Seo? Yeah, let's ask that.
혹시
Anything strange about Seo? I was surprised because he showed up out of nowhere.
그거는
But then he looked as surprised as I was. I remember thinking to myself, oh, I'm not the only one here that's scared. Minha shrugged her shoulders.
그러니까
When we met, I was coming from the staff corridor and Seil from the dressing room. After that, we came back together.
그래도
On the way back, there was nothing special. We opened the door within the corridor and walked straight toward the stage. The place looked more damaged following the tremor, but it wasn't that bad.
그러면
So you came back straight away and met Ju Young on the way.
그래
Right. I was still freaked out, but let's skip that part. A girl with long hair, wearing a white dress. You get the picture, right?
하여튼
Anyhow, the three of us were together until we came back to the stage. Which means we can vouch for one another. Oh god, hey Hydra God. Which is a good thing.
왜 그래?
Oh, don't mind us, we're just playing detective right now, Hydreigon. What's wrong with me going to see him after seeing a Fader post?
있잖아.
Sung's last post said, eliminate me if you can. Oh, it did?
그래
Okay, what did you think that meant? He was planning on creating chaos with his announcements. Ayun tilted his head and Inha let out a loud sigh. Here's the other thing though, like, Inha has motive to kill him if she's hiding something in her past. Because she's clearly paranoid that he knew something about her past. So...
야
Hey, consider the context. He's been blabbering on about forcing us out or using a weapon, but now he's asking us to bring it on. What am I supposed to make out of that? He is waging war against not only S. Sungyeon, but also all of us. I could agree with that.
그럴지.
That kind of makes sense if I'm considering the context. Kind of makes sense. Make up your mind. I can tell by the look on your face you don't know anything. Everyone feels pressured by different things. And anyone can become a coward depending on the situation or topic.
어쨌든
Anyhow, that was a trigger for me. Ina showed the palm of her hand. That's all you need to know. Yeah, Ina, you didn't do a great job of defending yourself, I'm not gonna lie. Also... The slip up with, oh, I didn't want to be on record talking to him is very, Alright, Seel.
전혀요.
There wasn't a soul.
어?
On your way to the dressing room? Not even when you were inside?
네.
Not a soul. Like I said, I went straight to the dressing room from the stage. And I waited there only for a brief moment.
그리고
I met Ina when I came out, and we came back. It was only 10 minutes at most. And the door wasn't closed when I was in the dressing room. Guess the only gap would be when Ina and I missed each other.
혹시나
Any further questions? Did you clearly see her coming out of the staff corridor? Yeah.
그럼
Did you clearly see Ina appearing from the staff corridor?
네.
Yes, I met her on the way to the stage after leaving the dressing room. She came from the door by the staff corridor.
아니죠.
Of course it wasn't from the restroom. Teal stared at Doyoon. Is this what you wanted to hear?
100%예요.
It was impossible for Ina. I'm sure of it. After all, my account is the same as before. He could so be lying to cover for her too, though. Oh my god.
왜요?
I was just following Ina. She went to see Hyesung all by herself, and I was worried about her. Even if she insisted on going alone, I couldn't let her take all the risk. Oh, but for real, Twice, for real. He's literally her stalker. So, we don't know it yet on this timeline, but through the bad end that we got first, it's revealed that he's the stalker. Well, he's likely the stalker. But you've been saying that Hyesung was only bluffing.
그치만요.
Still, she could have felt nervous. Why did Seo look nervous? He was worried about Ina.
그러면
Are you worried about Ina? Are you worried about that Ina might quit the audition because of Hyesung's threats?
아니죠.
Ina would never give in to his empty threats. Seo took a step back while staring at Doyoon.
어쩔 수 없죠.
He's different from you guys, you know that. You and Yoo-hyuk went there to persuade Hyesung in a peaceful manner. And even if something went wrong, you would have been able to suppress Hyesung physically.
그치만
But Ina and Joo-young are not like you. Of course I was worried about their safety. Plus, when Ina went to see Hyesung, she was agitated. I could feel her anxiety.
그거야.
Everyone knew that we were on bad terms with each other. Did he even get along with anyone? Hated everyone except you. Teal lowered his voice.
세상.
And he made it this far thanks to his pretty face, right? All of the staff members were getting sick of him making rude remarks. His dance and vocal skills were pathetic. If it weren't for editing, he would have been dropped already.
100%예요.
It's mostly his fault that this show is getting blamed for fabricating things. Even Sungyeon lost her cool and covered for him. Tell me if there's anything I said that's wrong. Well, I mean, you're talking shit about a dead person, so that's pretty wrong. I should just say the left one just to piss off Seiyul, because fuck you, Seiyul. Yeah? Should we do it, Lucas? I'm doing it.
결국
Does it have to do with his skill?
그렇죠.
Yes, he's trying to make up for his lack of skill with expediency. He's riling up the fans to take advantage of his popularity.
그래도
Don't you think the way he gains popularity is one of his talents? Seiyul stared at Doyun.
아니라고요.
That doesn't mean he should exploit that niche. In a way, he is a fraud. Fraud?
네.
Yes, a fraud. His talent has been overestimated and he's gaining more rewards than he's worth. Oh god! Sungin was supposed to push him out, but she protected and supported him instead. In the end, they both dug their own graves. Okay. Okay, Seiyul.
그렇죠.
So I told her to go back to the stage. Just had a bad feeling about the whole thing.
서예성.
He said Hyesung was in the dressing room. But he was nowhere to be found.
그땐
I guess he was already in the restroom by then.
어쩔 수 없죠.
Anyway, I met Inha, and we didn't know when another tremor might occur again. I'm the only staff member here now. I hate that he keeps bringing that up. Like, dude, you are not on the clock. Like, there's just a bunch of people buried and possibly going to die. If a contestant gets hurt or gets in trouble, I'll be held responsible. Although it's too late anyway. Do you think Hyesung would be okay? Yeah, like, what?
있잖아.
Hyesung was nowhere to be found. Did you think he was okay?
그치만
I went there to find Inha in the first place. So let me get this straight, Seiyul. You're only gonna be held accountable if Inha gets hurt and not Hyesung, who was also in danger during that time. I just thought he was hiding somewhere, plotting something again.
만에 하나.
He disappeared while making threats to everyone. I didn't want to get in trouble by looking for him. I have to take care of you contestants. He's a contestant! It's my job, and out of the two, I prefer taking care of Inha. Okay, you are... What do you mean, out of the two? Seiyul continued after a brief pause.
아무래도
I must consider their talents and mental health. One is a contestant in last place who lacks talent and creates chaos by threatening others. The other is a contestant with great talent and a delicate mind.
아시겠어요?
You get the picture. Inha needs a caring hand more than the other. If you were so worried about Hyesung, you guys should have dragged him out of there. Yeah, I hate Seiyul. The number of times I would have smashed this kid in the face.
뭐가요?
What's wrong with me sharing her feelings of anxiety?
알잖아.
It's true that everyone felt anxiety for their own reasons. I'm just curious as to why Inha's name came up.
그치만요.
About what Hyesung has been doing.
말도 안 돼요.
He wants to climb up the ranks by putting down the other contestants. He's so pathetic. Thinks he can take first place by making everyone else resign. The production crew might even cancel the whole thing. Well, he would have never done it if he was able to think that far. Seiyul stopped talking and adjusted his glasses. Kind of predicted his move when he went to the corridor by myself. Oh, by himself, my bad. Is it about his threat to us? Was it about his announcement?
그래?
And he would disclose something?
정답이죠.
He had been feeling on edge because he no longer had any strings to pull. This might not be appropriate to say, but this is so him, right? Again, he just is asking me to talk shit about a dead person.
그래도
No one knew what he was up to until then.
아닌데요.
I have a different amount of data from the contestants, right? Couldn't step forward because I had a hunch.
그게
Are you saying you predicted it? Gil frantically rubbed the floor with his foot.
그래요.
Yes, His-young only had a few actions to take. I knew what he was going to say to Inha. That's why I was so nervous. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, so what if Hyesung did have dirt on the other contestants? And Yu-hyuk killed him, and then just copied the story of Do-yoon. Yeah, why does Saeil have the extra info too is another thing. Everybody looks so effing sus except for Ju-young, it's insane. Also, I kind of have to use the bathroom, so give me a quick second, guys. I'm gonna step away for just a few minutes. Okay, we're back. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I just had to run to the bathroom real quick. You were almost sleeping 2 hours ago, now you're just awake for this. It's such a good visual novel, it really is. Oh, hey, John. I see you're still with us. Okay, so. I think we got all the... Oh, we did not get all the keywords yet.
진짜야?
It sounds like an overstatement. Are you saying I was actually trembling?
그랬어.
You look nervous, plus you left by yourself.
그거는
That's true,
그렇지만
but Hyesung demanded that we voluntarily resign, which is preposterous. On top of that, he blabbered on about making some kind of an announcement. Was she so afraid of what Hyesung was going to reveal?
있잖아.
Did it bother you that much when he talked about making an announcement? Did you know what it was going to be about?
아니?
I didn't. How was I supposed to know that? I just thought something terrible might happen if we just let him rave on like that. Yeah, it fits the mood so perfectly. All the music in this game is like, it fits each setting to a T. It's just phenomenal. It's only natural that I decided to stop him. Ina reached her hand out to stop Do-yoon.
하여튼
Anyways, you and Yu-hyuk told me that Hyesung was only bluffing,
그렇지만
and I still am feeling uncomfortable.
그건
About what Hyesung was going to say to you? Well, apparently Seil knows.
그래.
Yes, anything wrong with that? I still feel anxious.
모르겠어.
I don't know what he was doing before he met me. Well, he must have come to the central corridor. And I guess he ran into me while wandering around the dressing room. So, is that all?
당연하지.
Of course that's all! What do you expect me to do? See through walls?
헛짓이야.
Ask me all you want, but be reasonable. Ask him directly, okay? I can only tell you about what happened after I met him.
맞았어.
I thought coming back to the stage was the right decision. Things were eerie, and I was back with someone from the group. I was actually glad when he suggested we go back.
그랬어.
The tremor also gave us a reason to come back. I realized how narrow the corridor was while walking through it with Seil. The two of them could have taken down the attacker? I don't know about that. Safety first, I guess, kids. Glad you decided to come back. The attacker could have been hiding somewhere, waiting for their chance.
그러니까
You're right, although you're thinking about the outcome now. I wasn't yet aware about Hyesung's incident, but it was still eerie.
그렇잖아.
How are we supposed to fight the attacker? If the attacker got us while we were looking for Hyesung... Ina shuddered at the thought. I don't even want to think about it! Alright, so another quick save we're gonna make. Holy shit, we have so many save files. Alright, let's see. uneasy feeling remained. Yoon quietly chewed over the conversation.
명확하게 말해주지 않은 데가 있어.
There was something unclear about Inha's account.
기분 탓이 아니야.
Inha glossed over something unintentionally. I have to choose 3 things she was trying to hide? The last Fader post by Hyesung, which provoked Inha to come to the dressing room, was actually very unclear in its meaning. So definitely this, right? We immediately picked up on that. I feel like this is the same answer, right? Even after hearing that Hyesung was only bluffing, Inha still seemed nervous. The last Fader post by Hyesung, which provoked Inha to come to the dressing room, which next was actually very unclear in its meaning. Those are like, for the same reason, right? She saw the post, was clearly scared he was gonna say something, and then she's like, well, I have to go. The reason for waiting thing, too. Okay, let's try it. We'll try one of these. Ina looked very concerned with what Hyesung would use to force her out of the audition. Those who came back from the dressing room said he was just bluffing, but it didn't relieve her mind at all. Even after Hyesung's death, she still seems restless. Did she know what Hyesung was going to say? I have no idea. Ina said she waited because she thought the dressing room door was locked. She didn't even call Hyesung to open the door. She said using phone or messenger would leave a history. But why is a call history a problem? That, yes. Maybe she wanted to hide her secrets. She said she waited in front of the dressing room because of what Hugh Hyuk and I said before, that Hyesung had locked himself in behind the door. She also said that she felt reluctant to enter the room as she was facing the closed door. That's understandable. If I go any deeper, there will be no end to this. Okay, so that one's not it. Oh, what? Oh, no! No, no, no! We messed it up! Oh, no! And it doesn't let you go back! Hold on. Hold on. We're going back in. We are going back in.
Can't go back.
Okay. We're not gonna mess up the Inha deliberation this time. Okay, so. The continued anxiety. Being recorded. Reason for waiting was not one. It could be either one of these. Ambiguous target. Or... I'm gonna go with this one. Alright, come on, come on, come on. Paranoid about being forced out. Inha left after reading Hyesung's last Fader post. She said she was afraid Hyesung might spread rumors, but Hyesung's post didn't mention anything specific. So what was she provoked by? Ina said she waited because she thought the dressing room door was locked, but she didn't even call Hyesung to open it. She said using phone or messenger would leave a history. But why is a call history a problem? She said she wanted to hide her secrets. There are 3 things on my mind. That Inha seemed to know what Hyesung was going to threaten her with. She was visibly provoked by Hyesung's last Fader post. Inha didn't want to leave any form of record regarding her conversation with Hyesung. What was Inha worried about? That's what is not quite certain. It was probably about her past. He could only think that way. He couldn't just continue with this talk. He still had to think about Seil. Okay. There were a few things in Seil's account that bugged me. I'll go over them one by one. Okay. Seil repeated his claim that he went straight to the dressing room from the stage, which came out after a while he met Ina. So this is... I have to choose 3 and there's only 4 options. Right? Right? Now which between these 2? Okay, come on. He said Hyesung was fully capable of threatening the others. But before I went to the dressing room, Hyesung hadn't threatened anyone yet. Oh. He said he knew what Hyesung was going to say, which doesn't sound ordinary. Did he really have any idea what Inha was worried about? He said it was all about taking care of the contestants. I like how it highlights that in yellow to be like, well, Hyesung was also a contestant, just FYI. But in the end, it was all about Inha. Excellent talent, keen sensitivity. He sounded like a manager referring to his students. When it was Inha's turn, he grew restless and followed her immediately. By the contestants. He meant only one contestant. Seil said he was going straight to the dressing room after leaving backstage. He said he was in the empty dressing room and later came out to the central corridor to meet Inha was coming back through the staff corridor. I see that the 2 didn't meet each other right away, and their accounts after their encounters also match. There's nothing further that I could explore. Ah, shit. Shit. No, we gotta get them both. We gotta get them both. This is crucial. Okay, uno mas.
You can't go back.
I did go back. I chose that one because you can't verify, right? You can't verify where he was before he met with Inha. Could have been in the bathroom killing Hyesung. Okay, so Inha was... So, Seil, we have to choose... Reiterate position was not one of them.
혜성이가 남을 협박한 분장실로 무슨 말을 할지 정말 짐작이. 세일이는
Teal said Hyesung received some benefits he didn't deserve, something beyond his talent. Teal very firmly referred to it as fraud. He also said Sungyun lost her cool when she was with Hyesung.
마치 스텝이 아니라
Teal didn't sound like a staff member. Rather, he sounded like a contestant who was angry at Sungyun's favoritism.
출연자 케어라고 뛰어난 챔피언가 떠난 세일이가 결국 남는 건
Three things are: first, he seemed to know what Hyesung would threaten us with. Second, he talked about Hyesung and Sungyun from our perspective, the contestants. 3, he praised Inha and tried to act as if he were her manager. The itching feeling inside his head never subsided. Maybe it was wrong to discuss this topic again. Have you found out anything interesting? Plug hole. Well, he summarized the story. Tried to work it out, but it ended up getting more complicated than necessary. First, we must check whether Inha was really standing in front of the closed door. We also need to figure out how the attacker made Hyesung go to the restroom. And how Seil knew that Hyesung had gone to the restroom, or how he made Hyesung do so. Wait, what? How Seil knew that Hyesung had gone to the restroom? Well, he didn't say that he did. This is very unlikely, but it is also possible that the two of them conspired to attack Hyesung together. A lot of missing puzzle pieces. It'd be best for you guys to stick together if you want no more thriller. If you look closely, anyone could have their motive to hurt Hyesung. Don't step forward if you're not ready. Wait until it's the right moment, just like how we did with S. Sungyun. Making a small mistake will make you a double crosser. I don't like it either. What will you do? Throwing bombs? Swallowing without water? Didn't seem smart to go any further on their accounts. He had to approach them in a very subtle way, otherwise things might get out of control.
난 가능한 데까지 다 얘기했어.
Okay, I told you as much as possible.
저도
Me too.
것 꼬라지가 영
I look
웃음네.
pathetic. Are we done here? So-yoon quietly nodded.
명탐정 한도
Right, Detective Han. Agreed on calling it a day.
생각지도
It was surprisingly exhausting.
동감이야.
Couldn't agree more. I'm exhausted.
이젠 구조를
You
기다리는
can just
일뿐이야.
wait for the rescue team to arrive now. The atmosphere died down. Yu-hyuk muttered under his breath while looking at his watch.
생존자 명단.
He announced the survivors list again. The rumors about survivors spreading on Fader now are all groundless fiction? It's true that Hyesung got injured at the accident site where rescue operations was underway. Rescue team is still securing an access route. The network of the accident site is really bad, so we have yet to confirm details about Hyesung. Oh, really, Dots? Nice. I haven't played the Golden Route yet. The other survivors, Ju-young, Yu-hyuk, Inha, Do-yoon, and the audition floor director, Seil, are all safe with no injury. Ah, group photo! The updated survivor list also contained everyone's pictures.
그냥 봐선 본선 진출자 명단인 줄
Just by the
알겠어.
look of it, it's like the list of B-Star's finalists.
혹시 저도
Am
있어?
I on the list too?
물론이지.
Of course, you're a survivor. Seil frowned after seeing the list from the contestants' watch.
사진까지.
Pictures for what?
이름하고
Our names and
나이만
ages
나오면
would be
됐지.
enough. Yoon, can you see this message?
뭐지?
Yoon's gaze turned to the watch. Yes. Situation is heading in an unexpected direction. Regarding the injury of Hyesung. You know what the posts on this timeline is like. People behave as if they are very rational, but they make all kinds of stupid assumptions. Yoon unknowingly bit his lip. Ugh. S. Sungyeon is gone, but they still fall into our trap. In my opinion, if people there get to know this, everyone must be depressed. Is there any way to stop them from reading Fader? Nope. Yoon suddenly raised his head. You could tell it was too late just by looking at the facial expressions.
대국민 추리 오디션 시작이지.
The beginning of a national crime show? How absurd!
저기 저도 좀 보여주세요.
Can I see it too? Yoo-hyuk showed his watch to Seo. Seo staggered to see the watch screen. This is so frustrating.
뭘 그래? 스텝이면 적어도 용의자 노름에선 빠지는.
Come on, the staff would surely be excluded from the suspects list.
그렇지만도 않아.
Not really. Ju-young raised her head and stared at Seo. Ina opened her mouth after looking at the timeline again.
이게 뭔 얘기야?
What's this about? Oh, here we go. Here we go! I think I've seen the floor director of the photo. I'm just wondering, but would anyone search for contestants B-Star Season 2? My home internet is so slow. Oh! After seeing Masked Town's comment, I searched. Oh? Wow, you remember a guy eliminated from the preliminaries a few years ago. I should get on Masked Town's good side. So Seo is a former contestant. He's participated in B-Stars before? Seo seemed unaware of the situation since he didn't have a watch. Seo always talked as if he was a middleman between the staff and contestants. Maybe it was because of his past audition experience. After the face and name were revealed, your floor director, Seo's popularity is soaring, man. What's the fuss about having participated in the show? Don't be your life on certain things. Don't bet your life. Okay, it's covered. People can say whatever they want out there, but not inside there. Why won't you answer? That makes me worried, restless, frightened.
왜요? 또 무슨 얘기
Why?
있어?
Is there something else? I'm not saying anything. Yoon fell silent. It's got nothing to do with the current situation. Rather, it would just make things more complicated than necessary. Inha lowered her watch and walked towards Seo.
페이터에
It's from
나온
Fader!
얘기인데.
무슨 얘긴데요?
What's it about? Well, I guess we didn't say anything, but Inha's going to.
너
Have you ever competed in B-Stars before? All eyes were on Seo.
대체
What does it say?
네가 전 시즌에 출연했었단 얘기.
That you've participated in the past season.
왜 그때?
Why on earth would somebody post?
생존자 명단
I think
나오면서
somebody posted it after the survivors list came out. Seo blankly stared at Do-yoon. He lowered his head and bit his lip.
그게 지금 뭐가 중요한
What's so
얘기야?
important about that now?
비밀도 아니죠.
It's not even a secret. Nobody was curious about it anyway. When it was going to get quiet, Inha took another step towards Seo. She looked ferocious, unlike before.
참가 전적이 문제가 아니었네.
Actually, that's not the real issue here.
너
What do you have to say about
너에 대해선
this?
뭐라고 할 거야?
Inha thrust her watch before Seil's face. Seil took a step back and slowly checked the watch screen. Suddenly his face turned pale.
이거는
This is...
뭘 얘기하는 거야?
What are you talking about?
페이터 도는 글 봐봐.
Look at the Fader posts! They're strange! Just saw something creepy. Now this whole can of worms is happening. Damn, not even in just one photo, but in several photos. Focus was on Inha, but a familiar man was seen in the background. You can see clearly by zooming in.
보기 쉬우라고
The
사람들이
fader
할
users
때까지
even
해놨더라.
enlarged the photos so that you'd be more recognizable.
근데 필요 없지.
It was unnecessary to do that because I immediately knew it was you.
대체
When did they take?
부산 갔을 때야.
It was taken when I
난
went to
언젠지 기억해.
Busan. I remember when.
근데
And
언제는
that's
안
not the
중요해.
question.
왜가
The real question is
중요하지.
why are you there? Ina's eyes slightly trembled.
너였어?
Was it you?
제가
Who?
스토커!
Stalker!
아니에요.
No way. His sharp cry echoed around in the ruin.
어떻게 그렇게 말씀하실 수가 있어요?
How can you say that?
내가
I went out of my way to take care of you.
왜 다들
Why do you look so serious? You really think I'm the stalker?
아닐지도 모르지.
Maybe not.
모르는 게 아니라
Maybe not.
아니라고요.
No, absolutely not. Period.
그 사진은
Then explain your presence in the photos.
사실
Actually, something
내
else
쪽에
came
또
up on
다른
my
얘기.
timeline. I saw a post of my school bulletin. That guy with the green hair introduced himself as a reporter and interviewed about Gyu Hyuk's club activities. Oh. Attention. Watch out for that guy, Seil. He came to my school lying that he was a reporter and collected private information about the contestants. He's definitely up to something.
학교에서 내 얘기를 물어보고 다녔던 사람.
Some say you look like a guy who asked around about me at my school.
사람 잘못 본 거죠.
Are you kidding? How can they tell it's me just by looking at the photos?
마구 튀어나오는
Why
얘기를
is everybody suddenly talking about
어떻게
you?
된 거야?
What did you really do? Wow, this is ridiculous. Seal took a step back and began to laugh all of a sudden.
어떻게 된 거냐니.
What really happened? That's actually my question.
페이턱을 나부랭이 보고
Are you accusing me of
사람
this
이렇게 몰아갈
based
시기예요?
on some groundless post on Fader?
사회성도
Are you responsible for what happened to Hyesung as well?
와,
Oh, Jesus
대체 뭔
Christ.
관계가 있는데요?
What have the pictures got to do with Hyesung? I've seen other posts, and people say that Seil guy and Inha must be separated for her safety. Oh, look at you posting on Fader, Lucas. Let's go. Only Inha. That guy is Inha's stalker. I think I've been doing it low-key the whole time, Rosen, but now I'm making him kinda... It's coming out more that he's nervous. The Nagito voice was more like this, though. This is like Pengy's first Oxlots impression. Looks like he finished Hyesung off because Hyesung tried to threaten Inha with something. Yeah.
날 사퇴시킨다고 뭔가를 준비했는데 네가 입을 막아버린 거야.
He was about to threaten me with something to kick me out of the audition, so you silenced him.
넌 벌써 다
Because you
알고
already
있었으니까.
knew everything he was going to say. Ji-young held Inha's hand.
잠깐 있어봐.
Wait a sec.
세일아,
Seil,
네가 어떻게
it's important that you give us a
중요해.
proper explanation. Seil took a step forward toward Inha. Ju-young and Inha both took steps back when he did that.
이나 씨,
Inha, please don't accuse me of being a stalker or murderer because I'm not.
그러시면 안 되죠.
You can't do this to me.
다치실까 봐
You know I
얼마나
sincerely
조심스러운데.
care about you and your safety.
눈앞에 있는 저보다
How can you trust the
페이턱을
gossip on
믿으시는
Fader
거예요?
over me? How would only Inhan know that, to be honest? How would it be public knowledge that Seil is the stalker, and yet he's somehow allowed to work on the set? Huh? Think about all the suspicious posts brought up just during the last couple minutes. I should trust you without a proper explanation? I told you, the picture was a coincidence, and the people mistook me for someone else.
그걸로 다 해명되지 않아서야.
Doesn't explain everything.
구린 사람
You're
취급이시네요.
treating me like a guilty person.
여기도 그런
Who is
사람이
really
보이면서
innocent here anyway? Yeah, agreed, for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if this was all orchestrated by a bunch of staff members. Mars. Say L, huh? The atmosphere grew somber with tension.
분명히 앞에서 다
I already told you
얘기했어.
everything.
서해성일.
I didn't kill his
제가
son.
스마트워치도
I don't have
전화도
any
없어요.
smartwatch or a
아예
phone.
연락이 안
I
돼요.
can't make a phone call.
그런데 서해성일
How would I
화장실
ever
간
know
걸
his son went to the
어떻게 알고
restroom?
쫓아가요?
처음부터 안 게 아니라
Maybe you didn't, but you just happened to find him in the restroom.
했다는
Please
쪽으로만
stop
생각하지
assuming that I'm the
마시고요.
attacker. I actually wouldn't be surprised if CEO ended up doing all the creepy asking around stuff on company mandate. Yeah. But I feel like now's the time he would have to come clean about that. He's like blatantly lying now, you know what I mean?
그럼 아니라는 단서를 대봐.
Then give me something to prove your innocence. That's what I've been doing all along.
어쩌지?
What should we do about this?
다 우연이었단 말로 넘어갈
Can't
순
just
없어.
disregard everything as coincidence. Let's diffuse the tension.
일단 두 사람부터
We
좀
need to stop them
알리자.
first.
아, 진짜.
Please do!
그래.
Okay, we all need to relax.
뭘 숨기는 건지도
And I need to
들어봐야지.
hear what you're hiding from us. Oh, he's pissed. He is pissed about the school thing.
과열은
It all
이제
started because he
거짓말.
lied to us. Everyone started to raise their voices. How's it going there? No mass fight, I guess? Don't screw it now. Done well so far. Aiden suddenly came back to his senses. The mood here is not so good. No doubt, you guys have been trapped there. Just stick together, control yourselves, and take charge of the situation. This leads to a physical struggle. There could be an accident. Yes, we have seen the accident.
잠깐만.
Wait, I said wait! Everyone fell silent at Do-Yoon's screaming.
진정 좀 해.
Relax,
불
both
가.
of you.
야, 너 태도
Hey, is
확실해.
that your stance?
다칠까봐 그런다.
I'm just worried you might hurt yourself. Do-Young nodded and stood next to Do-Yoon.
이제
We can't allow any more casualties.
내 편이 없네.
I have nobody on my side.
그럼 말로 하면 되지.
Sure, we can talk this out.
말은 무슨 생사를
What do you
잡기
mean?
일보
You're about to finish an innocent person's life.
나도 치고받는 데는 반대야.
I'm also against this quarrel,
그렇지만
but we can't just ignore things that have risen to the surface.
이대로 뭉쳐서 버티자고 하기도
If we
힘들어.
lose control, we cannot stick together anymore.
그럼 내 양보해서
Okay, then let's put aside everything except these fader posts.
그게 어디가
That's
양보야?
not putting anything aside.
이대로 아무 말도 안 할 작정이야?
So are you just going to keep your mouth shut?
아, 그건
Well... Dale glanced around for a moment.
아, 좋아요.
Okay,
알았다.
fine.
길게 말 못해요.
But I won't tell you every detail since there are some things I'd like to keep them to myself.
진짜.
You think this is a joke? Jiyoung stopped Inha, who was about to take a leap at Seo. Okay, tell us what you can. Seo dropped his arms weakly. Seo's eyes regained focus behind his glasses.
물어보세요.
What do you want to know? Ask me. Oh boy. This person's name is Badger Meat. Steven is... Oh my. Well. He always had Inha's photos and clips stored on his personal tablet and enjoyed watching them whenever he had the chance.
Get me.
So that's what's on the iPad that he's carrying around. After getting scolded by Sun Yun, he took it out on his subordinates. That floor director didn't do much work on stage. Most of the time, he was out on duty or got shit on by the producer. But after getting scolded by Sung Yun, he took it out on his subordinates. His nickname was Notebook Guy. He wrote down everything to report to Sung Yun. So wait, Badger Meat is somebody that worked for them? I have so many things to disclose, but I can't tell more. I don't want to be sued. Her style was so terrible, and that worked so well. I feel ashamed of working in the broadcasting business. Sung Yun Shin brought in a couple people, but every one of them was so cocky. Anyway, Seo was one of Sung Yun Shin's men. I don't know whether he had authority, but he often gave work orders to other staff members on behalf of Sung Yun. One day, we set the stage as he instructed, but Sung Yun Shin got really mad after doing a rehearsal and asked who did this. We couldn't say anything because we just followed what the floor director instructed. She said nothing more about that, but she was in a very bad mood for him taking out. Yeah, this is interesting. He used the official account to post a slandering comment against Hyesung, causing a rage among the fans. He was the floor director. Wait, what? So wait, say Eel was the one that posted on the main account slandering Sungyun? Or, Hyesung, rather? What? The entrepreneur who was rumored to be Ju Young's lover wrote a post. He broke up with her due to her mood swings and gold digging, and demanded everyone leave him alone. Mood swings? Is that Inha? She expect no one would recognize her if she had changed her name and hidden her past. The staff of Beastars didn't do any background check on her. A criminal and his daughter, for God's sake. Oh.
Nope, cause it's fiction.
Ina's the daughter of a swindler who had committed a serious crime 8 years ago. She was harshly blamed for hiding her past to enter the audition.
Cosplaying.
When Ianha was on TV, I couldn't believe my eyes. 8 years has passed and she changed her hair color and name, but she must be Pil Woon Yu. Yeah, Sungyun looked similar. But her name was Sungyun Shin, not... The family name doesn't line up. Lucas Uwulu. Or was her name Chance? I'm not sure. After her father was caught, all creditors sought for his wife and daughter to find out hidden money assets. But they couldn't since his wife and daughter already changed their names and moved other places. Father lost his home in foreclosure. In desperation, he drank all day at home, and one day he was found dead in the street. Wow, this is a lot. Pil Woong and Inchul are family swindlers. By digging into the past. So... yeah, I really do wonder if it was Inha or Seil then. I mean, Seil killing Hyesung so that he didn't use info against Inha to make her drop out? That makes sense. Maybe it makes too much sense. Right, it could be that neither of them did it and it was Gyuhyuk. Because we really don't know. We know the least about Yu Hyuk at this point. He was being arrogant in an interview saying he was majored in applied music. Right. So music, moving on. I love the group photo. Everybody looks so good. Except for Seiyul.
진짜.
That was very unpleasant. How come nobody told me about that? I had no idea what was going on. Ina suddenly stopped biting, while biting her lip.
어?
What's the matter with you?
혹시
The photos, videos, is that it?
응?
About what? He gave me tons of advice for nearly everything. About walking, talking, my hair, facial expressions, dancing, and even singing. He talked about how I should change and how I should do things better.
그럼
Does that mean he kept watching your video footage for monitoring purposes? In order for him to give you that kind of advice, he has to look at you very closely.
뭐
Were you even listening? He meddled with almost everything. I felt he was being excessive, but I let it slide. But think about it.
그런 거야?
Is that how he treated you and the other contestants, like Yu Hyuk and Ju Young?
아니었어.
Not at all. Inha gulped and continued.
들어봐봐.
I'll tell you what happened. It was at the end of preliminaries. I came down after the rehearsal and he approached me from behind the stage. He said I needed to change my clothes and makeup. He said he already prepared new ones for me.
그래?
Wasn't from Sungyeon?
그래.
No, it wasn't. He said he had an idea for me. He said Sungyeon wouldn't notice the minor change. Inha braced herself with both arms. He even stopped my interview and made them do it again from the start. Yeah, it kind of sounds that way. He said some of my speech didn't fit my character concepts. He even told me what gestures I should make. Even the camera crew was getting sick of him.
그래서
He's never done that to me before, so did you go along with it?
어쨌든
Said I would, but I never did. Now I know how he was able to make comments about everything I did. He's been watching me, always. You were conked out back there. We knew this was gonna happen, though. Yeah, well, they said he got mad when he got eliminated. I don't think he tried to hide his audition history. I mean, he's not obligated to reveal his past as a former contestant. It was a painful memory to him, not something he'd be proud of.
그래도
What's important is the present, not the past. The problem is that the present is what's bothering me.
그래서
He became even more defensive after his past was revealed.
그거는
I can understand that. He could be tangled up with all kinds of other things. Inha lightly kicked the floor with the heel of her shoe.
참
But it's certainly not time to exercise his right to remain silent. He needs to answer us to continue our discussion. It's not like we can turn him upside down and shake the truth out of him. I want to deny it, but my chin is shaking. Ended up here after all. Ina clicked her tongue. She looked very pale. So, was it worth hiding?
아니,
But you had nothing to do with the whole thing.
Huh?
What does it have to do with this? You saw the post, right? To summarize, it was concealing your identity. That Pilwung Yu changed her name to Inha O and pretended to be someone else. And that she's been laughing and giggling at the audition. Inha. It's a relief to hear you call me that. What do you mean? You are Inha. Mom divorced him after he went to prison, and I changed my family name to hers. I changed everything after joining the show. Guess I underestimated this world. It would have been weird if I didn't get caught. Inha put her hand on her forehead and let out a long sigh.
있잖아.
Let's think about the outside world later. For now, we should focus on what's at hand here. But what about the mess we have here? Bayun didn't know what to say. Inha smiled with a grim look on her face. Stop stuttering. I already know. I know where we stand, and I'm focusing on the present. Oh,
내 옛날 이름
my previous name. They gave me that name before I was born.
반드시
In Pilwung Yu. Pilwung Yu. Pil means must, and Wung means a male. They must have wanted a son badly, huh?
이젠 오인하지.
Well, you are Inha now.
어질 이내 물
Yeah, it's a
하거든.
meaningful name to me. Inha lowered her head to see her own feet.
맑은 강이란 뜻으로
Inha
내가
means
지었어.
a clear river.
꼴 보기 싫은 걸 다
I wanted to let go of all the ugliness in my life through the river.
다 틀려 먹었으니
Now that my life's all messed up,
스스로 개명해야겠네.
I'd better rename myself to Sinha.
틀려먹었다니.
Messed up
왜
how?
그런 생각을 해?
Why do you even think that way? Sin?
개판 만들었잖아.
Yeah, because my life is full of sins now.
네 의지로 바꾼
Inha has a
이름이고
beautiful name, and
썩은
that's what
지
other people
말았는지는
say.
긍정적인 거냐, 도인인 거냐?
Is that a cynical joke, or are you a super positive person?
결심하고서 바꿨을
You
거
should have been
아니야.
really determined to change your name to Inha.
대단한 생각으로 한 거 아니야.
Not a big deal.
그 사람이 준 건
Just
하나도
didn't want to
남겨두기
inherit anything
싫었어.
from my dad. Her eyes glared.
말하는 거부터 머리, 얼굴, 제스처까지 다 바꿨어.
Change everything. My hair, face, gestures, even the way I walk.
크루들한테도 내 얘기
Didn't even tell my crew members about it.
피디님은 제주도
Sungyun
좋잖아.
was not an ordinary person for sure. How did she even...
피디님이 알고 있었어?
She knew about your past?
그쪽에서 먼저 말했어?
Did she
안다고?
tell you that she knew it?
아니.
No, I revealed myself during an interview with her.
단둘이 있으니까 그렇게
When there were
되더라.
just two of us, somehow I felt like telling her my secret. Strange.
그래서 그쪽에선
So
뭐라고
what did she
했어?
say?
응원하고
She encouraged me.
편을 들어 내 마음 이해한다고.
Told me how she understood my situation and supported me.
눈물 나는 장면이었지.
Looking back, it was such a touching moment.
하지만 이대로는
But she said I
부족하다고
lacked
했어.
something.
더 각오를 다지고.
She said I should make a full commitment to turning into a totally different person.
그게
So that's how Inha's character was made in Beastars.
완전한 변신이었지.
It was a complete transformation.
예전에 유피룡을
Not
했던
even my
사람이
acquaintances could
못
recognize me.
알아볼 정도. 거긴 연출
Sungen had a
의도대로
certain
움직일
character.
캐릭터를 갖고
Good for her show, and I needed to
완전히
start a new
바뀐
life.
말하자면 우린 거래를 했어.
So we made a deal. Huh. So this is making me think about something. Sunyeon knew about her past. Sunyeon was clearly tight with Yesung. Yesung probably did have dirt on her. This makes Inha look way less sus. But what was she talking about with that whole message history thing? Oh god, I don't know if it's Seil killed to protect Inha, or Gyu-hyuk just murdered him as soon as he brought up dirt on him. Guess we'll find out.
말이 돼?
One more coincidence, he might be sitting in my bedroom next.
아니었어.
Can't be a coincidence.
당연하지.
Of course not, it's ridiculous. Gave me chills when I saw the enlarged photo. I never thought revealing the list and photos would lead to this. We would have never known if it weren't for the list of survivors. Seil was the focus of everyone due to the survivor list. It's a good thing, I guess.
그래도
It's probably a good thing. We can settle some of our doubts and focus on being rescued.
왜 그래?
Listen to yourself!
진짜야?
Aren't you shocked, or it just doesn't concern you? That's not what I meant. You have to analyze what's deep inside your head.
진짜.
My head's about to burst at the thought of Hyesung and what's going on. Ina put her hand on her forehead and shook her head. I just hope it isn't the worst case scenario I'd been envisioning. What's the worst case scenario?
아닌 것 같아.
I can't say it aloud. Any single word could become my reality. We need to end this before it gets to that. This atmosphere, the isolation. Alright.
그건
Seil always carried that notebook with him. You can't fabricate that kind of story just by looking at photos on Fader. It was apparently ill-intended, though. Ju-young's gaze wandered.
괜찮아요?
Okay, Ju-young?
내 생각엔
Something comes to mind. Although it might be irrelevant. What is it? One of the eliminated contestants told me that Seil once made a very rude remark.
그렇다는 건
It's a problem if it's true. It's not Seil's job to condemn others, and the guy was already eliminated.
그게
It wasn't even related to his work. He was waiting for the bus to go home after the list of those eliminated was announced.
그때
Yeah, I know, right? That's when Seil approached him and told him that he was ugly and his voice was horrible.
Huh?
Seriously? To someone already eliminated? Young nodded after a brief pause. It was during Super Week. I'm not sure if you remember, that little chubby guy. Seo also added that if he didn't have talent, he should have made some connections. So Seo kept mocking him until the bus came. Did he tell you himself?
그래.
Yes. He contacted me during the finals. He also said Seo was looking at his notebook even while mocking him. Here it is again, the notebook. I know our personalities are different, including the good with the bad. Seo didn't have to treat him like that. He should have kept it professional.
그게
Someone said he hovered around the contestants. Young's kind of sus to you here, really? I like that one of the Fader posts revealed that she has, mood swings. Just a little thing to bookmark, I would say. If that's true, why did he do it?
저기
Want to know the reason? Ju-young put her hand by her face and paused to think.
그건
Does it really have to be Seil? It's true, it means a production crew member was
I'm
involved
not
in
weird,
the
okay?
field work.
아마도
If Sungyun gave the order, he couldn't have refused it. But I can't imagine why, though.
그럴까?
It's possible that he was following an order from Sungyun. Might have been out of the scope of his normal work, but once an order is given, it's his job to finish it. Young's gaze turned to Do-yoon again.
그게
Did the show want more information about the contestants? Thought what they showed us was enough. We don't know what Sungyun had in mind. So I guess Seil is the only one who can answer our questions then. The entrepreneur who was rumored to be Ju-young's lover wrote a post about her mood swings. That's right. Alright, let's talk about it. Oh, she looks pissed. I'm at a loss for words. A serious relationship, mood swings, gold digging. Ju-young bit her lip so hard that blood started to ooze out.
아니요.
Ju-young, it's just their conjecture.
나는
So what about you? Which side are you on? We're on Ju-young's side.
그래요.
On your side. Not your childhood friend, but I've known you enough through this audition.
아시잖아요.
I don't believe any of that.
그래.
Oh, Hydreigon. Yeah. You are better than the friends I've had for a long time. Welcome back, Hydreigon. A dark shadow briefly passed over Ju-young's face. That
Say
Fader
sorry,
post
but
is a
I'm not.
lie. What really happened was... it was an offer for a sugar daddy! Eep! That businessman?
그래.
Yeah. That guy sent word to my agency's boss and he passed it on to me. His agency was nearly bankrupt and his forecast of the market was completely off. My group members tried so hard to survive, but we couldn't change the situation. He gave me the offer before our agency went bankrupt. Oh, did she take it?
대체
Why would the agency ask you such bullshit?
그건 그렇지만
He tried to persuade me by saying that we'd worked so hard to get there and we shouldn't stop. He said he trusted me and he begged me to accept the offer, even though I might be reluctant.
Do not understand.
That is such bullshit.
맞아.
Yes, it's absurd, right?
네.
But back then, accepted it. Oh, that's so sad.
Your fear.
Ju-young was done talking. She took a step back. I'll tell you the end of the story when I'm ready.
The situation is critical.
Well, her agency told her to accept the position so that they could get financing. Like, that's super fucked up. We'll talk to Seo last. Let's see what this guy has to say.
결국
They have been saying all kinds of things. Even after the survivor list with the photo and name came out.
대체
This isn't the situation I expected. Hyuk covered his mouth and paused for a moment.
도인아,
Things we're hearing now, do you believe them? Can't, well... Okay, Mars.
Run before it's too late.
Hydreigon says hi. Hydreigon. Take care, Mars. Have a good night. Yeah, I'm gonna go a little bit longer. I don't know what to say here. Can't help but believe it.
그거야.
We have to believe them to a certain extent. They came out after his face and name were exposed.
그럴 거야.
I think some of them deserve credibility. About half of them must be nonsense, though. Hyuk put his hand on his forehead and raised his head again.
그치만
But if some of them turn out to be true, Seo might know more about us than we think.
혹시
Do you think he ever showed it unknowingly while in here? Yoon paused to think it while staring at Hyuk.
그땐
When Hyesung called us one by one to blackmail us, he said he knew what Hyesung was going to say. Seo said that? He said he knew why Inha was feeling anxious. Hyuk stared into the air while rubbing his chin. Given the circumstances, they don't sound like groundless rumors. What's so weird? Yeah, I expected most of these were gonna be Seil that we have to talk to. Alright, Seil.
알겠어요.
I'll try to explain what happened. Sungyun asked me to check on the finalists, and I did.
어?
Checked on us? Just casually, nothing serious. Remember how Hyesung tried to hide his criminal record? She wanted to validate the stories that you guys shared with the production crew. Seo wiped the sweat under his nose with his shirt sleeve.
근데 그게
She also asked me to conduct some interviews. There was nothing special, so I really don't remember anything.
그거 있잖아.
Why would a floor director conduct interviews? It's someone else's job, like the script writer.
그치만
The video footage, I had to secure the footage too. The task requires everyone including the camera crew, so what choice do I have?
알잖아.
In that case, I wouldn't call that a casual questioning. Dale hesitated.
그래요.
Well, think whatever you want. You're just trying to pick apart what I said. I knew it. I'm done talking about this now. Why is he smiling? It's no secret. Everyone saw it. Didn't matter where or when. Tail snorted at Do-yoon, who seemed hesitant. I wasn't the only one. She reprimanded all the staff members. Sungyun wasn't tolerant at all, especially during the finals. Just one mistake and the show was a bust.
인정해요.
Anyone would be pissed off.
나는
Tail, That's about it. Nothing special to it. I didn't know it was that bad. Feeling embarrassed.
모르겠어요.
It's a mystery why you guys never saw it. I guess you guys had no interest. You're probably right. I'm sorry.
도윤이 형.
Thank you, even if you didn't really mean it.
그치만
That has nothing to do with the situation at hand. I just want to make one thing clear. What's that? Sungyeon did walk all over me, but I never held a grudge against her.
어쩔 수 없.
Everything happened during work. In my head, there was a clear line. You sure about that? Because you are all about your job while we are dying.
그게요.
That's a coincidence.
저기
Deal, are you going to keep repeating the same thing?
도윤이 형.
You going to believe me if I tell you more? I went to Busan on some business before the finals began. What business?
그런
Do I have to tell you about that too? Busan is not a small city at all.
억울해요.
Maybe I went somewhere that happens to be near Inha's home. That is so... What? Seal bit his lip.
인정해요.
Anyhow, I did some monitoring because I ran into her by chance. Everyone watches the stage for a show. The staff is no exception, right? I might be able to discover new aspects from her away from the stage. That's all I can say about the photo.
아닌 것 같아.
Restraining order and follow-up question. Yes, please. That's too much of a coincidence. Nothing makes sense. You were even found in more than one photo.
네.
I knew you'd say that. You don't trust me from the get-go? You won't believe anything I've got to say from now on.
그게
Need more details.
아닌데요.
A coincidence is a coincidence after all.
그리고
And I monitor other contestants as well. I just want to point out that it wasn't anything special. Well, I don't know. You treat Inha really specially.
이제 알겠어.
Now I understand why people say Fader is a scary world. You said it was season 2.
네.
Yeah, it's been about 4 years. I thought everyone would have forgotten by now. I was wrong. The internet crowd could find out about any contestants regardless of their talent. Sale quietly fiddled with his bag strap with a grim look on his face. Just keeps on coming.
있잖아.
Why didn't you tell us earlier? It's nothing to be proud of. You know what happened after failing in the preliminaries? Sale stared coldly at Do-yoon, who looked bewildered. I complained and made a big fuss about it, and it was all on TV. It was horrible. I'm even ashamed to talk about it myself.
그런
That to me is a little bit unbelievable. Like, if you were gonna be on a game show, or like any kind of competition show, you're telling me everybody that's in the finals did not watch past seasons and recognize this kid? Pretty wild. Came back here somehow as a staff member, but I have no other regrets. I just came to see what I could do. Sale firmly shook his head. This isn't important, right? Let's talk about something else.
뭐가요?
What does it have to do with the matter at hand? It's like I'm being framed as a weirdo.
저기
One of these is Elijah. Or maybe not. People are demanding that she should drop out of B-Stars. They all must be saints. How come they're okay with a real criminal, huh?
그리고
You're no different from them. You're no different from them.
Huh?
Me? In what way? You're pushing me with something that's insignificant.
나는
I'm just trying to have a conversation. I thought you wanted to talk about me. I'm the one who's faced with the most pressing issues right now.
아시겠어요?
Very interesting. No need to somehow turn this crisis into an We need to somehow turn this crisis into an opportunity. Oh my god, my reading is getting bad. I'm no longer interested in other people's business. I don't believe you for a second. My sanity overall worsened. Well, there was an awkward silence. Conversation wouldn't be enough to ease the tension.
어떻게 하지?
What should I do? Reconciled with one another? Hand in hand, cross the barrier. The explanation is far from enough. Make your choice. If it's okay to skip it. Or if it's better to clear things up. Point is, we don't want any more trouble. I know. Go ahead and do your thing.
상황이 제자리나 마찬가지야.
We aren't getting anywhere with this. What should we do now?
길은 두 가지일 거야.
We have two options.
미심쩍은 데를
Resolve the
밝혀서
conflict by getting to the
상황을
bottom of
어떻게든
this.
끝내 아니면
Or just let it be
덮어두고
and wait for the
구조까지
rescue
버티는
team to arrive. Oh... If we try to get to the bottom of it, he's gonna end up fighting with Inha. But if we just wait for the rescue team to arrive, we don't learn anything.
덮어놓고 가는 게 될까?
You think it's possible for us to let it be?
얘기하는 동안에도
Even as we
또
speak
다른
now,
얘기가
things
나오는
just keep
상황이야.
surfacing.
어떻게?
We can't just let it slide.
더 얘기한데도
This
같은
isn't
소리가
going
못
anywhere,
듣구냐.
even if we talk about it.
최소한 정리라도
We
좀
need to sort things out at
해보자고요.
least. If someone keeps dodging, you just have to stick your head in.
정리하면서
I'll ask
돌아보고
again as I review your story.
솔직히 말해준다면
You tell us the truth, the doubts will disappear. Theo raised his head when Do-yoon came forward.
뭐예요?
What?
네가 한 얘기
I'd like to summarize the things you just said.
여태 말했는데.
Been telling you all this time. Well, it's not like I have any other option.
계속 나오는 얘기들
Keep
때문에
things keep surfacing, and it's confusing everyone.
솔직하게
I would like
대답해줬으면 좋겠어.
your frank answers.
어디서부터요?
Where do I start? Theo closed his mouth and adjusted his posture.
이나 사진에
Theo in Inha's photos, he said he was on leave and saw her there by coincidence. That he was just fulfilling his duties as a staff member by checking up on her, just as he would for any other contestants. What Seo did was not just monitoring. There were clearly posts that suggested the opposite.
이나 사진에 나온
You said you were monitoring Inha after you saw her in the street. Coincidentally.
그게 뭐요?
What about it?
이나한테 도움을
You
준다면서
got yourself involved in her
이것저것
audition in
관여했었잖아.
many ways.
행동 하나하나
Tried to micromanage
조정해서
her behaviors in many
도움이 되는
cases.
그게 어때서요?
Is that a problem?
출연자를
I was just
보호하는
assisting the
건데.
그
contestant.
자체로
I'm not saying it's a
문제라는
problem,
말은
but you
모든
talked as if you were doing
출연자들에게 그러는
that
것처럼 말한
to
네
all the
이유죠.
other contestants.
한 명의
You
출연자에게만
weren't
과한
monitoring
표정.
everyone else fairly since
소위
your target
모니터링이라는
was only
행동과
one
안 맞은
contestant.
사람이 언행일치만 하면서 살 수
Do
있어요?
you think people always walk the talk?
아니,
Not
그치만
always,
지금은
but you need to
확실히
clarify
말해줘.
your point on this one.
그럼 다른
Let's
얘기로
move on to the other topics.
세일이가 출연자
People
주변에
testified that they saw Seil gathering information about the contestants. He said he never crossed the line while collecting the information and couldn't even remember what he had collected.
넘어가려고 한 말이
He only said it to avoid the confrontation.
분명히
There were
반대되는
clearly
얘기였어.
posts that suggested the opposite.
출연자 주변을
You said you
수소문하고
asked around about the contestants and can't remember anymore, right?
뭐요?
What about it?
혜성이 폭로에
You said you
대해
kinda knew what
감이
Hyesung was
오는
gonna say,
말했었죠.
didn't you?
정작 혜성이는
But he
자기가
never
무슨
talked about it
얘기를
before.
네가 단순한
That sounded like you
소문이었을
knew
정도로
about the
알고 있다는
contestant
것처럼
way more than what rumors had revealed.
그건 제가
Because I
대충
hear
아는 게
more things
있어서
about
그런
people than
거죠.
you.
기억도
You
잘
said
안
you
난다.
don't even remember any of them. Sale gulped and briefly kept silent.
말꼬리.
Are you going to just nag at what I said?
지금은 아는 걸 솔직하게
You need to
말해줘.
tell us the truth right now.
그럼
Let's
다른
move on to
얘기는
other topics. We already talked about most of these, right?
PD님한테
I heard S.
정기적으로 깨진
Sungyeon
적이
had
많았다고 들었어.
nagged at you open.
심심하면
Yeah,
불러서
that was like her thing. Oh, they must have meant to say Sungyeon, not S. Sungyeon.
감정이 좋지만은 않았겠네.
Oh, I guess you weren't happy with her.
깨지는데 신났겠어.
Would you be happy if you were me?
왜요?
Why?
설마 제가
Do you think I was behind S. Sungyeon's death? Again, it should be just Sungyeon.
그런 뜻으로 물어본
That's not what I was
거야.
asking.
자꾸 물고 늘어지니까
Can't believe you now that you're. I can't believe you now that you're being persistent about it.
PD님 얘긴
I'm done
여기까지만
talking about
할게요.
Sungyeon.
알겠어.
Alright, if you say so.
PD님 얘긴
I'll stop
이제
asking you
그만.
about Sungyeon.
세일이는 베스트.
Sale was eliminated during the preliminaries in the second season of Beastars. Said that so many people had laughed at him that he was no longer interested in a career in music. Did he really lose interest in becoming a musician? Or clearly posts that suggested the opposite.
예전에 베스타에 참가했던
So you
건 말이야.
participated in Beastars in a past season.
그게 뭐요?
What about it?
넌
Said you have
오디션에
no
더
more
미련이
interest in
없다고
the
했어.
audition,
그러면서도
but you openly
탈락한
criticized the
지원자한테
contestants who were
대로
eliminated.
재주가 없으면
You also said the
얘기하기
contestant
있어야
needed
한다는
to pull strings if they were not talented.
그래.
Yeah, so
거야. 그건
that sounds like you're still personally attached to the audition.
그게
Doesn't prove that I attacked his son.
알고 있어.
I know. I just want you to be more honest with me on this topic. He's denying everything except his past audition experience. Yoon felt exhausted by the situation, getting nowhere. That's when Inha walked towards Seo. Oh, now he's gonna die.
하나만 하고 그냥 쪽 내자.
Let's do one more and call it a day.
하나 뭐요?
What is it?
여태
There's something we haven't checked
물건이
yet.
있었어.
All eyes were on Inha. Yup, this is gonna be bad. Everybody, wave goodbye to Seil. Bye, bitch.
감이 안 와?
You have no idea. Ju-young slowly looked towards Seil. Suddenly, Ju-young turned her head to Inha again, and their eyes met.
언니는 안 모양이네.
Saw it, huh?
저 메신저 백.
We haven't checked what's in the
안에 뭐가
messenger
들어있는지
bag.
못 봤어.
이걸
Oh, Etir, in your language. Time to say goodbye. What's your interest in my bag?
서혜성이 굳이 보자고
His son
했었지.
demanded you show your bag before, but we let you off the hook.
프라이버시예요.
This is my personal stuff.
여기 일하고
My bag has
상관없어요.
nothing to do
안
with
돼요.
what's going on here. No! Ina tilted her head and took a step forward. Feeling uneasy, Do-yoon followed her.
밀어붙일 거야?
You won't force him to do anything, right?
몸부터 나가지 마.
Please think before you do anything physical.
내용물만이라도
Can't you just
대충
show us
보여줄
what's in
순
it?
없겠어? 수천 내용을
I'm not going to
읽어보거나
read
하진
your
않고.
notebook.
여태
After
일하고
everything
있어요?
you put me through,
언제까지?
does this ever end?
쳐봐.
See, he's hiding something! Seal lowered his head as Inha shouted.
적어도 시간을
Give me some time at least then.
왜?
Why? So you can hide something from the bag?
당장
Open
꺼내봐.
it now!
나 진짜
I'm really
헷갈리는
confused
거지.
right now. Leon bit his lip and just stood there. All of Seo's arguments were refuted with various clues. Now that he was requested to open his messenger bag while being cornered, what would happen next will be anyone's guess. No, it's not. This is This is literally not a guess because we are forced to watch the bad ending where he gets pushed off the stage and dies. Teal took a step back and looked at the group.
다른 분도
You guys all agree that my bag has to be opened? Nobody was willing to give an answer. This must be a freaking joke.
그 따까리 짓을 해도
After everything I've done for you all, this is what I get.
그러게 말이다.
So you say.
네, 알아?
But you know what?
지금 상황.
Brought it upon yourself. Inha moved closer to Seil. Doyoon silently grabbed Inha's arm.
이나야,
Inha?
기껏 다 반박해놓고.
We aren't going anywhere with this if we just leave it at that despite all the reputation. Well, you know what's actually in there, Kuroi, is a tablet with videos of Inha on it. Inha pushed away Doyoon and took another step forward.
나
This is it, he's about to die.
똑바로
But
봐.
look me in the eye. Why?
그렇게 눈을 깔고
If you
있으면
keep your head down,
그걸 못
you
보니까.
won't see this!
무슨 짓을?
Look at me.
She lunged at his messenger bag! What have you done? The bag was opened in the midst of the struggle! The bag's contents spilled out onto the stage. A tablet? It was clearly a tablet PC on the floor.
수첩 말고 딴 건 없다고 분명히.
You said you only had a notebook in the bag! Ina's angry shouts suddenly stopped.
사진.
Photos? The music, though. No way! Photos and notes were lying scattered around the notebook. There were also documents on the B-Stars contestants. He lied about not having anything else. I almost wanted to say what if all that shit was planted in his bag, but there's no way since he was so adamant about not showing.
일이 되나?
Give them back! Seil snatched a few things out of Yuhyuk's hand.
스토커 같은 거 아니야.
I'm nothing like a stalker!
내가 아니었음.
His son would have eaten you alive if it weren't for me. Oh! Oh, hell no, with him admitting it.
Okay.
Well, there you have it. He just admitted that he killed his son.
그거 맞겠다고.
I tried so hard to stop that from happening. How dare you call me a stalker?
알아주길 바란
I didn't
것도
want
아니야.
any recognition, but come on, at least show me some respect.
야,
Hey, you... Bah! Seil clicked his tongue and ran toward the central corridor. Wait! Doyoon reached out his arm but couldn't catch him. Oh!
Oh my god.
가버렸어.
He's gone. Doyoon helped Inha regain her composure.
역시 맞죠?
I was right, wasn't I? Wow. Seil, trusted. Smile face.
데려오자.
Let's bring him back.
이대로 가버리면
Can't just leave like this. Doyoon took a step forward, but somebody grabbed him by the arm.
도윤아.
Doyoon, wait.
여태 이러다
We all go
모여가면
together,
우리
you would
사냥이라는
feel
게
threatened.
없어.
No! Oh, hell no! We are. You are not about to suggest that we split up. Aquatic, get your mans. Get your mans.
저기 범인이 숨어 있을지도 모르잖아.
Let's split up so he can kill us one by one. But the attacker might be hiding there.
Wow, it's so much fun!
진정해.
Relax, there was no place to hide.
방금 간 게
Wait, what if Sail is the attacker? I mean, he literally said he killed him.
지금까지처럼 대책 없이 가면 진짜 사달라.
If we go unprepared again, we'll be in big trouble.
증거가 더 필요해? 태블릿
What
봤지?
more evidence do you need? You saw the tablet in the photos. Let's see what he left behind. Everyone looked flustered after seeing what was left of the bag's contents. There were memos, photos, documents on all the contestants.
나나 다른 밴드 멤버들.
He did a detailed background check on everyone in my band, including me.
그 사이 공연에도 왔었고.
He even showed up at one of our concerts. Oh, look at that stupid picture of his son. Committee notice, a notification of the results of the committee called in 2016. Expel the perpetrator of school violence according with regulations. Everyone fell silent after reading the documents on themselves.
태블릿도 정말
We
수상해.
have doubts about the tablet too.
내내 자긴 전자기기 같은 거 없다고
He
했잖아.
kept saying he didn't have any smart devices.
이쯤 되면
He's obviously the one who killed his son.
아직이야.
Not yet. There are still a few things left unexplained. But we need to apprehend him first.
구조대가 오기 전까진
No one's getting away until the rescue team arrives. That's right. Inha bit her lip and nodded.
스토커도 확실해.
God, I just want Yu-hyuk to be the Kyoko, like the calm-minded, logical person that's our right-hand man that we can trust them. I really don't want to have this underlying suspicion. He's clearly the stalker. I saw this photo on Fader.
그땐 누가 어떻게 찍었나
I was wondering who took it. Photo of Do-yoon and Inha taken September 28th.
일단 마음을 가라앉혀. 그래야 다음으로 넘어가지.
Just calm down. Let's move on.
수상한 게 고구마 줄기처럼 막 나와.
There is some piece of evidence leading to one conclusion. Why didn't I notice this earlier?
중앙 복도 쪽으로 간 거면
If he went to the central corridor, do you think he's in the dressing room?
그럴
I
거야.
think so.
좁고 무너진
The staff corridor is small and messy. His son's body is in the restroom. I'm sure he's not headed there. Do you tell me everything is going well? Straighten out misunderstandings, then everyone is happy. Oh, he's here. If not, that's gonna be a problem. There were tons of suspicions about Seil. We are split, the staff just ran away. That's no party vibe for sure. And being split is no good. You okay, right? As long as you're okay, I'm good.
난 괜찮냐?
Okay? That was totally unexpected. Yoon unwittingly replied to the message. Who are you really, by the way? Why keep sending me messages and advice? Helping me deal with S. Sunyoung. You know what? You don't need to know. No, I can't keep hiding things to you, poor boy. Okay, I have a younger sister. She asked me to help you. That's all you need to know. You're in a dire situation. Don't trouble yourself with other things. You must pull yourself together to get out of there alive. That's what I was thinking too, Lucas. Why is he so fixated? Cannot resolve all doubts in there. Just ignore minor things like who I am and concentrate on saving yourself. He might further assist you, then at least... What? He might further resist you, I see. Then at least know what you guys are going to say, being in one page, you know? Anyway, take care of yourself for me. Leon quietly massaged the back of his neck. Everyone's been in shock since the messenger bag's contents were exposed. They shouldn't hurry, and they can't leave him like that either. Talk with one another as to what to do and say to him? Yeah. Save yourselves first. If early intervention is likely to cause a problem, then agree with one another on what to say first. We have to remember that there is a tremor coming. Yoon's head was filled up with Plughole's advice. We immediately follow him and say whatever comes to mind. It won't be very convincing. Let's hurry up and agree on what to say to him. Inha retreated, having seen that no one was on her side. Fine, although I feel like grabbing him by the collar. We need to avoid danger. By danger, you mean the potential collapse of the dressing room or someone getting hurt? Or the destruction of evidence by the attacker? Oh, that's fucking true. Both, I guess. We need to get out of here alive so he can tell us what happened. Yu-Hyuk slowly rubbed his hand against his jaw. What if he does destroy evidence? Shouldn't wait too long. Then let's start right away. Only 7 keywords, that's all. Oh, let's try calling. Oh, we can't call Seil. That would be hilarious if I tried, though. Unbelievable. It's collected so much data on us. There's still more to come. Took some with him. We can't complete the puzzle if he just runs away like that. He's acting all different than usual. Because these are not usual circumstances. I usually do try that, Rosen, and it says, Yasung won't be able to answer his watch right now. There is still some tremors. It's not safe to stay in there. I agree. We need to bring him out. If this place crumbles down while he's inside, that'd be a real tragedy. Let's hear what the others think. Need everyone's opinion on this. Unwook song. Oh, so the kid he beat up was, like, the son of a legislator. I wonder if that I wonder if there's like history where he was like framed or something? Because that's like a powerful person that was coming after him. On bad terms with each other since mid-April that year, Hyesung always interrupted establishing ideal class environment and exhibited unpleasant behaviors to his classmates since the beginning of the school term. Kun-wook, the class president, advised him about his ill manners several times. Hyesung ignored all of his advice and physically attacked him. Heavily injured and suffered from severe trauma, but Hyesung refused to comply with school rules and regulations even after that incident and didn't acknowledge this false behavior. Oh, interesting. So he's jealous of Do-yoon.
그런가?
The band's formation, history, and rumors. How thorough. These accurate?
네.
Yes, not even a single phone number is wrong. He did much more than revalidating the information acquired from application forms and interviews. Even the agency he contacted is correct. Young let out a loud sigh.
나도야.
In that aspect, things aren't different for us. It contained everything, including it contained everything, including where I worked after leaving the show, business, and contact information of the agency that went bankrupt. Why on earth would the show require this much information?
도대체
Not even a reporter would gather information like this. They were being vague about Hyesung, but
그게
come to think of it, Seo has been referring to it as fact. It's probably because he already knew everything.
그러고 보니
Looks like he gathered any data that he could get his hands on. Young fiddled with a small business card.
그건
What's that? This is some ridiculous stuff. It's the business card of the CEO of the agency that managed Beloved. The agency went bankrupt years ago. How did he...
들어봐.
I think Seo kept his composure even after the accident. He's a bit cynical, but he's always been like that.
맞아요.
He's passive, but he had his priorities straight. Young nodded and put her hand over her face.
근데
But he became a totally different person after he spilled his bag. I've never seen him so flustered.
그럴지도.
Given the circumstances, I can understand why he lost his cool, but
그치만
I think he owed us an explanation. He shouldn't have run away like that. We were getting agitated because he just kept saying he didn't know anything. I hope he regained his composure by now.
근데
Can't obtain something like this just by asking the school for it.
혹시
Probably obtained it through background checks or taking shortcuts just like the other documents. I'm sure he did. I also found a similar document with my name on it. Young fiddled with the folded paper in her hands. What do you think it is?
글쎄요.
No idea.
그건
It's a document about my diagnosis. A medical certificate? No way.
맞아.
Yes, it's my psychiatric medical certificate. It's only a copy, but can you believe it? This came out of Sehil's bag.
그러고 보니
Didn't remember at first because I was so shocked. But now I remember the tablet that came out of his bag.
그래요?
You know the tablet?
그게
B-Stars issued those tablets to the staff for business purposes. They were given to the main staff only. Yoon wedged in after listening to Ji-young for a while.
그런가요?
I didn't know. What about the functions? Could the tablet be used to contact someone outside?
아무래도
The model was given to the staff members. I'm sure it didn't have the phone app.
혹시
What about other functions?
그건
They weren't much different from the watch functions. That model had most of the functions. I'm not sure why he lied about the tablet, though.
그러고 보니
It's another thing that surprised me, other than the fact that he became a totally different person. What he did to Inha before he ran away.
그래요.
He got angry and yelled at her,
그래.
as if to say, you can't do this to me. Considering the circumstances, it was supposed to be the other way around. He began to speak after pausing to recollect the moment.
그랬었는데.
He said he tried to stop Hyesung, but without being seen.
왜였을까?
Was he just saying it because he was angry? But it was so specific. His remark carried a message. Oh, it either carried a message or it was incomprehensible. He said, what he said still lingers in my ears, bothering me. Well, I'm glad that you remember it, Ju-young, because it was extremely sus. You also dug up random information about your band.
이건가?
That information has already been shared to some extent. Did he think I was hiding something?
그럴지도.
Probably did. Yu-hyuk continued after a brief pause.
나도.
As for me, he investigated stuff about my university and accident.
혹시
If he investigated something about the university, was it about the scholarship? Yes, and about the accident. You already know. It's horrible. He even disclosed my uncle's phone number. But he wouldn't need that kind of information for the show. I thought he might have investigated it, but the information was too detailed.
대체
I wonder how he got a hold of this.
그랬어.
He even hired background check agencies. Does it have something to do with a private investigator? So, Yu-hyuk frowned and closed his mouth.
Hmm?
Yu-hyuk, what's wrong?
그게
I also found something strange in my report. They even did a paternity test to see if he was my real biological father. That's horrible.
몰랐어.
What's ironic is I never gave them my consent for this. I wonder how this was possible. That's what creeps me out the most.
Huh?
You went to see your concert? Date. It's in the middle of the audition period.
그땐
After the regional preliminaries, the concert was scheduled before we joined the audition.
혹시
You never told us about having been to the festival.
음.
Heard about it for the first time today. Yu-hyuk's face was hidden behind a shadow. As for me, they called the school's General Affairs Department.
어?
How would B-Stars call your school?
그게
They asked the school to validate the facts regarding the scholarship. I guess the show wanted to turn that into a discussion topic as well.
그건
Photo of you and Inha. Did you read the memo? You think Seil wrote it?
그게
I don't know what his handwriting is like.
그럴지도.
It was a printed photo, so there was no metadata, although the original copy could be in digital format. We need to see the original copy to be sure. I wonder who took it, what they took it with, and how.
그럼
Yeah. That would also tell us if the photo was taken by Seil. We won't know anything until then.
그런데
However, the fact that they were in Seil's bag, and Seil's sneaky behavior so far, I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but I keep having my doubts.
그랬지.
He ran away after spilling the contents of his bag. He was under so much pressure, but
솔직히
knew he was in trouble. He
그랬었는데
insisted that everything was a coincidence and a misunderstanding, that he didn't feel things were fair.
하지만
But everything has been turned upside down after what just happened. No wonder our suspicions have grown out of control now. We can no longer make any excuses for his strange behavior. Yu-hyuk took a deep breath. Running away wasn't his only option. But he's the one who chose to run away. He ran away from the suspicions and controversy surrounding him. In the end, he got himself into a jam.
안 되겠어.
What came out of his bag? We can't just let him slip away.
맞아.
Seo seemed to know about it. Everyone was shocked. We can't leave him there.
그래야겠지.
You're right. We'll have to wait until he calms down.
그게
I think he was scared after the contents of his bag were exposed. That's why he was getting angry.
나도야.
To be honest, I had a similar feeling. Yes, he was feeling scared after spilling his bag. So I guess I wasn't the only one.
솔직히
It's true that he was being pressed into a corner. And he ran away when his bag became a problem. His impatience was clearly caused by fear. That was our first keyword.
사실은
You know what? There is something I haven't told you
아직
yet.
세일이에 대해서
About Seo?
아니
No. About my mother. Yu-hyuk lowered his gaze.
남들은
People don't really know what happened to her.
너한테는
I want to tell you myself.
이상하지.
Weird, huh? At a time like this.
난 언제든
I'm always ready. Just tell me when you feel like sharing it with me.
그래.
Okay. Yu-hyuk smiled weakly. I think he was gonna talk about how she was the daughter of a swindler. And that's, I mean... It seemed like she really was self-conscious about it, so maybe she would have actually dropped out.
내 어머니
My mother,
스스로
she
목숨을
killed
끊으셨어.
herself
인슐린 과다.
with an insulin overdose. Oh. Leon sadly looked at Yu-hyuk.
10년이 넘는
She had been
투병이었어.
fighting her disease for so long.
방치된 채
It was years of neglect and abuse. Those she had to endure.
마음에도
I knew her depression was irreversible, already over the limit,
그걸 난
but I just ignored that, just saying there's nothing I could do.
마지막을 본 것도
And I'm the one who found her dead.
말라 빠진 몸.
Her withered body,
흩어진
scattered
인슐린
insulin
주사들.
syringes, and a suicide note.
그 내용은
I still remember the moment.
우린 서로 같은
We
생각을
were having
하고
the same
있었어.
thought,
자기 존재
that
때문에
our presence
상대가
was
불행해졌다는
only a
생각.
burden to the other.
단 한 번도 당신 탓을 한 적 없었는데
Although I never blamed her for anything.
곁에 계신 덕분에 계속
In
살아가시는
fact, I was able to
거였는데.
live on because she was standing by me. Yuck.
더 일찍 그걸
Should
말했어야
have told her
했는데
earlier.
끝까지 날 오해하셨으면
Thought that she could have misunderstood me until her last day has been weighing on my mind.
그런 오해는
I hope she didn't misunderstand me like that.
그랬기만을 바래.
I'm sure she didn't. Yu-hyuk nodded quietly.
모두가 외면하는 곳에서
Deserted by everyone, we were solely
우리 두
relying on
사람만
each other.
갑자기
And then, suddenly she was gone.
이겨내려고 베스타에 나오는
Joined
거잖아.
Beastars to overcome your past, right?
거창한
Not with
생각까지.
such wishful thinking.
다만
My mother told me to always keep my chin up.
난
So that's what I decided to do.
그래서 여기로
That's how I
흘렀다.
got here.
이런 상황에 와버려.
After all, you're in this mess right now.
이 상황이 우리
Is it our
탓이야.
fault?
우리가 무대를 무너뜨린
You're
것도
not the ones who
아니잖아.
destroyed the stage.
지금 벌어지는 일들도
This hell will be over soon. Yu-hyuk slowly nodded.
그래.
Yeah,
얼마 남지
it won't
않았어.
take too long to get out of here.
의지하면서
We'll
여기
rely on each other and make it out of here.
그럼
And I should be able to start
다시
over
한번.
again. Ah, poor Yu-hyuk. Oh, okay.
한도윤,
You got picked clean too, huh?
아니야?
Did you think he would post your ban history on Beastar's website? Ina closed her mouth and frowned.
대체
I wonder when he gathered all this information about me. Do you think Beastars looks for staff with private investigation experience when they're hiring? If I somehow forget about myself, I should check this data. Inha shook the documents before her eyes. It contains all the information about the people I know, where they live, or what is odd about them. Is he planning on writing my biography?
뭐야 진짜?
Sung, despite all his fancy talk about weapons and whatnot, he has also been exposed. It would be easier to steal a court order than collecting all this crap. Did he have an obsession with collecting things? Why on earth did he gather all this nonsense? Ina fiddled with a few envelopes while biting her lip.
어?
What's that? Curious? This stuff is ridiculous. Looks like he found my mom's house. Inha unfolded the envelopes.
그게
There's some mail that was sent to my mom's house. He's been so diligent as to steal these. Okay, that is highly illegal.
이야.
Liar, liar, pants on fire! What, lost phone? No other devices?
아니야?
He's such a liar, isn't he?
그랬어.
He was so ambivalent when we checked the belongings with Hyesung. Guess this is why.
당연하지.
Of course! I shouldn't have stepped in. We should have checked everything he had. Ina took a deep breath.
하여튼
Anyhow, we'll be able to figure out why he lied to us in no time. Of course, there was a reason why he was carrying it as if it were a precious treasure.
그거는
I remember when. The day I was with you, because we got off together.
그래.
Yeah, I can tell by looking at the clothes.
내 참.
What's so special about this that he'd taken a picture? More than friends, after writing down this kind of crap?
그게
And this
음...
came out naturally.
아니 잠깐.
Because I didn't know someone was taking my picture then. Anyway, that's important right now. When on earth did he take all these photos? Ina spoke disappointedly while breathing uncomfortably. Sungyeon promised me a complete change. But the actual role given was to play the snobby troll. Wasn't agreed on?
그렇지만
After accepting the promise, it gradually turned into a demand. Maybe it was already inside me. You know what I'm like when I get mad.
어쨌든
Kinda lost since everything's so mixed up. Anyhow, Inha put aside the photos in front of her. I need to hear why he's been digging up dirt behind our backs. Most of the functions work except for the phone app. If Ju-young said it, it must be accurate.
그래도
But there's still a possibility.
어?
What possibility?
진짜야?
Didn't you get a hunch when you saw the tablet? He could be the one who attacked his son. Must have lured Hyesung out with something, yeah.
그럴까?
You saying he used the tablet to call out Hyesung somehow?
맞았어.
Now we're talking. If it can make calls, that'd be the end of the story. But even if it doesn't, there's still a possibility. Inha stood in front of Do-yoon.
들어봐봐.
This is how I see it.
예를 들어
He uses the tablet to contact Hyesung. He lures Hyesung into the restroom by using something unfavorable to Hyesung as bait. And in the restroom, he conducts his business.
그러면...
But if we change the premise that he had no way of contacting Hyesung, there wasn't when we didn't know about the tablet.
그렇잖아?
But now there is. We can figure this out as soon as we secure that tablet. The reason he ran away after he was caught with the tablet, that must mean something. Yeah, I agree. I think I'm no longer sus of Inha.
알고도 죄 짓는
I'll
확신범은
never look back.
난 누구보다
That's my life lesson. I would also like to point out that her past isn't really that bad? Like, I was expecting something crazy to be in her past, and it's like, oh, she's the daughter of a swindler. Meh. Nina bit her lip hard until it turned pale.
그 사람이 알려준
It's the only lesson I learned from him.
그 사람이라면
From whom?
알면서 그래?
Until you,
우리
the
엄마
pathetic
전
criminal
남편
who used to be my mom's husband.
사기를 얼마나 쳤는지.
He swindled almost everyone in our neighborhood and disappeared. They barged into my house and took the money he took. They harassed me and my mom, like dragging us around by the hair. Oh. He showed up again after things were settled a bit.
운이 나빴대.
He said his victims deserved it because they were dumb. He also said he would come back after he was established in another country.
외국?
Another country?
미랑
Is he going to flee the country?
그래.
Yeah,
저 혼자서
he was going to take off by himself.
끝까지 자기
Throughout
잘못했다는 얘긴
the course of events, he never apologized. He told my mom to pack his luggage, so I intervened.
귀싸대기 서너 대 맞고
Then he kicked me and slapped me around.
때렸단 말이야?
Hit you, that's abuse. Minha clicked her tongue after staring at Doyoon for a moment.
딱히 드문 일도 아니었어.
I was used to that.
피룡인데
It was my fault
나온 내가
to be
문제였지.
born a girl. As a girl, Pilwong. Minha put her hands together on her jacket and filled with her fingers.
피해자.
One of the fraud victims hanged himself at the door of my house. My father was virtually a murderer, but he blamed them for lack of luck and wanted to run away for another chance without an apology, telling us not to snitch on him.
끝까지 자기만 생각.
Selfish to the bone. Minha lowered her hands and stared at Doyoon.
그래서 했어.
That's why I did it.
했더니
Did what?
신고.
Report.
내가 경찰에
I reported him
신고했어.
to the police.
그 사람
That's how he was sent to prison.
엄마는 정신 못 차리고
Mom was still
병원까지
treating him as her
갔지만
family, but I wasn't going
그건
to.
아니고 사기꾼의
I called the
살인자가
police and
와
told
있다고
them that a
신고했어.
crook and a murderer was in my house. He got arrested while leaving our house.
넌
You okay?
나?
Me? I was so excited that I laughed hard at him through the window. Nina smiled, looking nervous.
끌려가면서 이쪽
He looked at
보는데
me and our eyes met.
그때 그
His eyes. I still remember those eyes. Doyoon spoke carefully. I'm glad you got away from him.
웃긴 게
Funny thing is, we're still not free from him.
엄마 갈궈서
I forced my mom to
이혼시키고
divorce him, and we moved
이름을
several times
바꾼
after I changed my name.
엄마가 딴 지역은 못
Although
간다고
we
해서
were still in Busan since she didn't want to move out of the city.
그때마다 어떻게 알고
But every time we moved, he somehow found our address and sent us letters.
어떤 때는
Sometimes
사과하고
apologies,
어떤
sometimes
때는
threats.
죽여버린다고 하고
주소를 어떻게 알았대?
So wait, is her stalker her father? How did he know your new address?
반성 중이고
Guess the
출소에
authorities
재결합할
told him
거라고
when
씹으리면
he said he was repenting for what he had done, and he would reunite with his family once he got out.
어이가 없지.
What a joke. So his letter never failed to reach us, no matter where we went.
난 편지 정말
That's why I
질색이야.
hate letters, especially those from anonymous senders.
그래서 네가
That's why you...
굳이 이유 안 갖다
Putting that
붙여도
aside, who likes anonymous letters anyway?
다만 과거를
Just don't
떠올리게
want my
되는
bad
것이.
memories back.
난 약했어.
I was weak. I allowed him to get
그
violent.
사람 빵에 보낸
That
거
was my first
내가
victory,
처음
sending him
이긴
to
거야.
prison.
그날 이후로 난
Since then, I've been striving to change myself. Yeesh.
뭐
He kept blaming things on Sungyun. As if he had nothing to do with any of this. Come to think of it, he worked with her.
아니었어.
They didn't look close. Who knows what they were like when we couldn't see them? Yoon spoke to Inha, who was breathing heavily out of anger.
혹시
What came out of the bag? Do you think Seil is responsible?
당연하지.
If he isn't, why would he carry it with him at all times? If he isn't, he should have given us an explanation.
아니야?
If he just lashes out at me and runs away like that, how are we supposed to figure out the extent of his involvement? No need to waste our time. Let's hurry up and talk to him. I feel like we're gonna just find him dead. Like he's going to have committed suicide or something. You remember what he said before he ran away? He said that I would have been eliminated already by Hyesung if he didn't help me. And that he tried to stop Hyesung from behind the scenes. Ina raised her head after mumbling something to herself.
혹시
Could it be?
예를 들어
When he said I would have been destroyed, was he referring to Hyesung's threats to disclose something? And when he said he tried to stop him without being seen, that meant he made Hyesung quiet forever.
Huh?
Made Hyesung keep quiet. That way, all the threats and disclosures would be gone. But later, I pushed him into a corner. He might have showed his true intentions without even realizing it. I never asked him to do anything for me, but he thinks it's unfair. Ina quietly continued while staring off into the distance.
들어봐봐.
His son wasn't aware, but his aces were prepared by Seil. Of course the aces could have destroyed me. And because Seil knew about this, he made a move ahead of Hyesung. How about it? Do you think it's my imagination running wild? You think this might be true? Yeah, I agree. We meet eye to eye, Miss Inha. This is a huge discussion. Holy shit.
잠깐.
Wait, when Hyesung wanted to talk to us, he called us out one by one and blabbered on about a weapon or disclosing something, right?
그랬어.
He did.
그게
Well, what if he got that weapon from the documents in Seil's bag? Ina licked her parched lips and continued. He said the same thing back then. He must be so confident because he got the information from Sungyeon. Just in time, we found those from the staff member's bag.
그렇다면
Which means he probably knew what Hyesung was talking about. It's quite plausible. We've been saying that though.
그럴지도.
That's plausible. He also said he had a hunch from the get-go.
그래.
You remembered. It's pretty obvious, right? If Hyesung started running his mouth, his source would have come out too. If it came to that, Seil would have fallen into a more difficult position earlier than what he expected. Yoon managed to open his mouth.
그게
You saying that's the motive? He would have been caught somehow in the end. In that case, he could avoid getting caught if one person became quiet. Pretty much the same conversation we just had.
설마
I studied them repeatedly, but they are similar.
Hmm?
What about the photos?
한도윤.
Remember how my photos topped the trending chart? I didn't even know that someone was taking my photo and they were uploaded by someone else's account.
Huh.
Oh, it was controversial. Inha wiped the sweat off of her forehead.
그렇다니까.
Yes, they accused me of being a Smurf account to post it. They accused me of uploading my photos to try to go viral.
그런
Oh, that happened often. I added a comment on the account used for uploading the photos, and that created more controversy. Come to think of it, Seil might be the owner of that account.
내 참.
Everything's suspicious now. Someone posting photos that I'm not even aware of. Someone else adding or deleting friends on my accounts. Oh, I forgot about that. Letters with no name on them. Seil had nothing to do with them. Maybe he has everything to do with them.
있잖아.
You should think about it after hearing his side of the story. How can he even still say that after we tried to talk to Seil that other time and he just gave us nothing? Inha turned around to face Do-yoon, who with a worried look on her face.
한도윤.
Do-yoon, think about it. Why just me? Why just me after gathering all that extensive data? I agree for now. Most of the documents that came out of his bag, including the photos, were related to you.
말이 돼?
That is the documents we found so far. Remember that we haven't seen everything yet. We might be able to figure out all the things he did behind the scenes. Didn't like that.
아직이야.
Maybe this isn't that important at the moment. There's a different reason why we're having this conversation here. We will also need to reveal things like the metadata of the photo.
그치만
But not now, though. At the remark that the photo metadata is not important. It would be important, I think.
그건
That will tell us who actually took the photo.
아니지.
You didn't understand what I said.
들어봐.
It doesn't matter whose it is, whether it's a photo or a document. It came out of Seil's bag, so he must have known. By the way, did we check everything that was in Seil's
아니요.
bag? No, we only checked some of the things.
그래.
Yes. Seil packed everything and left.
문제는 그거야.
This is how much we found so far.
혹시
Maybe there's something else in his bag.
그래.
Yes. Don't you want to know what else is in there? I can't even imagine anymore.
아무래도
The results of the investigation were extensive. We might be able to figure out what Hyesung had in store for us. Whether it was a threat to disclose something.
글쎄요.
I don't think Hyesung was capable of digging up dirt by himself. I would say it was something that was leaked by Beastars. Then he must have also figured out the source of the information. It could be either.
그럼
Probably realized that there have been background checks too.
분명해.
Of course. In the process, he naturally acquired a weapon against Beastars as well. Ji-young slowly opened her mouth after some pondering.
그건
It was also Seil's weakness. If Inha found out about it, he could have degenerated into becoming a
예를
stalker.
들어서
That's probably why he immediately followed Inha. Aside from carrying out the role of the staff, he was on the verge of falling into his own predicament. When S. Sungyeon was blabbing on about killing the contestant. With that, Ji-young covered her mouth with her hand. Do-yoon, we shouldn't go any further into this. Couldn't agree more. I don't think we should have a conclusion in mind. Why? Yes, this ends here. I mean, we know he killed Hyesung at this point. Like... Theo was hiding his tablet.
그랬었는데.
He said he lost his phone and there were no other devices. He also told me that he'd been using his notebook to write things
그리고-
down. But in his bag. Ian let out a groan. He ran away after spilling his bag. He didn't give us any explanation.
아마도
Maybe he was afraid of revealing the contents of the tablet. Considering the things that came out of his bag, it's possible that the tablet contained problematic things.
그러니까
There's no other way to see it.
대체
I wonder what was on the tablet that would make him want to run away. Yuhyuk paused to stare at the other side of the stage. For now, we can only imagine.
결국
We'll find out eventually. Why he lied and what's on that tablet. Oh man. Alright, let's go a little bit further. I have a feeling they're gonna chase after Seil and we're gonna find him not alive, but let's just see. The group gathered in one place after finishing the
이
conversation.
정도면
I guess we've
충분하겠지.
talked enough.
더 얘기해도 같은 말
We'll just be
반복해.
repeating ourselves. Well, we already did that a ton.
그럼
Okay then.
세일이가 도망친
You think
거
Seil ran off because he was afraid of being
드러날 것
exposed as
같아서.
the attacker? You nodded his head reflexively.
그런 것 같아.
Think so.
남은 건
What we
당사자의
need now is
확실한
Seil's
해명.
clear explanation.
난 다른
I have a
사람이야.
different idea.
자기 행적이
Seil got
드러나면서
scared after his
두려워진
past.
거라고.
Oh, of his past being revealed.
확실한 건
All
추궁에서
we know is that
벗어나려고
he
했던
didn't want to go into
것뿐이니까.
detail.
같은 걸 보고도 생각이
It's funny how
갈리네.
differently we interpret the same
언니,
story. Ju-young,
이쪽도
you know
없는
the
얘기를
other way
옮기는 건
also
아니야.
works if you slightly change your view. There was a storm of thoughts and reasons coming from each person. Ju-young crossed her arms and looked towards Do-yoon.
알겠어요.
Okay,
이유를
I'll
짧게
tell you the
말씀드릴게요.
reason briefly. Gather clues as to why Seil could be the attacker. What would the other one be? The strange incidents happening around Inha could have been caused by Seil. Aside from the photos, there was a notebook he always had carried with a bunch of papers. More things might be hidden. Seil ran away because he feared the contents of his messenger bag would be exposed, not because he felt victimized. He ran away when he got caught hiding his tablet. Isn't it because there was something controversial in his bag? I guess we'll say that one?
태블릿이 나오면서 전제가
I know,
크게
Lucas, it's
바뀌었어.
crazy. Everything changed once the tablet came out. Above all, Seil had a way of contacting Hyesung personally.
지금까진
Until
아예
then, we thought
불가능하다고
that was
생각했던
impossible.
세일이가
In
혜성이를
other words,
따로 불러
we thought it was
화장실에서
impossible for
만났는데
Seil to contact Hyesung and meet with him in the restroom.
세일이는 도망치기 전에
Seil got
걱정을
mad
했어.
at Inha before he ran off.
이나를 위해
He
많은
claimed he
일을
had helped Inha in many ways without ever telling
갑자기
her.
그래서 황당했지.
That just came out of the blue.
혜성이가 폭로를
When Hyesung
예고하면서
warned us about
이나는
exposing our
긴장실에
past,
혼자
Inha grew
남은
so
불안해.
restless that she eventually decided to meet him alone.
그 시점에
He
이나를
said he
위해 뭔가
did
했다.
something for Inha at the time without anyone knowing about it.
그건 우리가 아는
It might have been something to do with the
사건일지도
violence in the restroom.
정리하면
To sum it up, Seil attacked Hyesung to stop him from exposing Inha's secrets. And around that time, S. Sun-yeon was the prime suspect. Maybe Seil thought he could lay the blame on S. Sun-yeon.
그러니까
What I mean is...
생각이 조금
Oh. Yeah, I know, I fucked up.
무리하진 마.
Guys!
그래도 말을
이나 말대로야.
I don't really know what the last one is, to be honest.
무엇보다 지금까지 세일이 이나를 위해
갑자기
혜성이가 그 시점
These are so hard.
정리한 그 전후 어쩌면 그러니까
Ah! Damn it!
두나
무리하지 마.
그래도 말을
이나 말대
So it's gotta be either more things to hide or fear.
태블릿 무엇보다 지금까지 세일이 이날을 위해
갑자기
혜성이가 그 시점에 그건 우리 정리한
I swear to God if this is not also one.
그러니까
What? The hell?
생각이
두나
무리하지 마.
그래도 말
이나 말
Fear. So, they want me to say this. Seiyo ran away because he feared the contents of his messenger bag would be exposed, not because he felt victimized. That somehow points to him being the attacker, clearly.
태블릿이 나오면 무엇보다 지금까진 세일이 이날을 위해
갑자기
혜성이가 그 시점에 그건 우리 정리하면 그 전후 어쩌면 세일이가
Seo ran away in a hurry.
그건 억울해서라기보다는
Not because he felt offended, but because he was afraid. He was afraid of getting caught.
두려워서 도망쳤다는 건
Young already mentioned that Seiyo ran away because he was afraid, but our focus here is what he was afraid of.
내 안에 들어갔다 나오니?
Did you read my mind or
네
something?
해석에
I completely agree with you.
과대 해석은
Don't you think
아닐까?
you could be over-interpreting things?
나한테 엄청
No!
역정냈잖아.
He threw a
자기한테
fit at
이럴
me,
순
remember?
없다면서.
He was like, you can't do this to me.
배신감.
Felt betrayed by you.
왜 그렇게까지
The question
반응하냐는
is,
거지.
why did he overreact? I mean, what on earth has he been doing to help me?
이나는
Inha can come with us, but she shouldn't speak to Sehil.
얘기가 왜 그렇게
Why
돼?
not?
아예 농성에
You could just
들어가
lock
버릴
the
수도
door
있어.
in that case.
몸싸움이라도 나면
Things get
이
physical.
정도는 나도 매닫고
Hey,
있거든.
I could take him any day.
그래서 말하는 거야.
That's what Yu Hyuk is worried about.
만약 범인이 아니면
What if he's not the attacker?
가방 속 물건에 대해
What if he
추궁당하는
just
걸
didn't want to be
피하려는
questioned
이유였다면
about the contents of the bag?
혜성이도 뭘 폭로한다고
His
하다가
son
일을
was
당했잖아.
attacked after threatening to reveal our secrets.
가방이 걸리면서
After the contents of the bag were revealed, maybe he thought he'd be the next target.
그럴지도 모르지.
That's a possibility,
정말로 범인이 아니라면.
provided he's not really the attacker.
얘기 끝난 것
I
같네.
guess we're done talking.
가자.
Let's go.
저쪽도
He
왜
might
하나 하겠어.
be bored by now. What?
설득해서 나오는 게 중요해.
It's important that we persuade him to come out.
만약에
But
말이
what
안
if he doesn't
통하면
listen?
강제로라도
We will
끌어내야겠어.
physically drag him out. This time for sure.
세일아,
Sale.
착실하네. 문까지
How meticulous. He even locked the door.
잠깐 형, 나도 불러볼게.
Wait, let me talk to him.
세일아,
Sale, open the door. Let's talk.
얘기 좀 해.
Yeah, me too, Lucas. Are you capable of having a rational conversation?
야, 대화하려면
Hey, you ran away when we were about to have a rational conversation. No, you were about to jump on me like I was the murderer.
그런 게 아니야.
That's not what I...
아니야?
If you're not the murderer, then come out and
제대로
explain.
말해.
Nina, you need to shut up.
우리
Didn't we agree on something before coming here?
나 빠지라고.
Oh, you want me out. Fine. Nina put her hands up and stepped back.
약속해. 이제 덮어놓고 몰아세우진
I'll
않아.
patiently listen to everything you have to say without accusing you, I promise. You know what kind of character you are in Beastars, right?
그건
세일아,
Let's talk face to face. Can you at least do that for us? Nope, I can't do that. Stop waiting and go back to the stage.
거긴 위험해.
It's dangerous in there. Probably more dangerous to be with you.
야,
Hey,
진짜 문
open the
안 열냐?
freaking door. You want us to break in? Seel stopped answering.
혼자만의 시간이
I guess he
필요하신가
needs some time
보네.
alone.
이렇게 될지도 모른다고
This is
생각하지만
somewhat expected, but
두고 갈 순 없어.
we can't leave him in there.
알아. 그러겠다고 온
I
거잖아.
know, we came here to bring him with us.
정말 끌어내기라도 해야겠어.
We really should drag him out of there.
잠겼잖아.
But it's locked.
스텝 복도에서 들어가는 뒷문도 있긴 한데
Oh? There's a rear door coming from the staff corridor. You know what else? There is a tremor coming. Ju-young. Okay?
거긴 폐문이었죠.
It's closed. It
저기
won't
안
even
열렸어.
budge.
그럼
Then what? Bust the door open?
무너지기라도 하면
Could cause a further collapse. Everyone fell silent. Yu-hyuk, who was rubbing his hand against his mouth, suddenly raised his head.
마스터
Master key.
마스터 키? 그런 게 있어?
Is there such a thing?
아, 스텝 중에는
Oh,
가진
I heard
사람이
some
있다고
staff
들었어.
members have them.
스텝이라면
The only staff member locked himself in there. Oh, if he's got a master key? That complicates things.
더 있어.
There's one more.
피디님.
Sungyun.
조사했을 때 피 같은
There
건
weren't any
못
keys
봤는데
when we checked earlier.
본건 상처 쪽에
We only
있어.
checked her wounds. We didn't check the whole
몸수술이란 건
body.
아니지. 확실하게 있다는 보장은
Well,
없어.
there is no guarantee that she has it.
생각난
It
것뿐.
just flashed across my mind. Young slowly nodded.
확인해볼
It
가치는
won't hurt to
있어.
check.
상황을
We need to
바꿔야지.
do anything we can to get him out of there.
도윤아, 부탁해.
Do-yoon, can you?
난 계속 대화를
Try to
시도해볼게.
talk him out while you're gone. Oh! Oh no, 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 no. Gyu-hyuk. Not Gyu-hyuk being around another body.
같이 가.
I'll go with you.
언니
괜찮겠어?
Ju-young, are you sure?
둘이서 찾으면 더 빠르겠지.
We should be able to find it faster if I go with them.
그런데
I know, but still.
도윤아, 혼자가 아니야.
Do-yoon, you're not alone. Let's go.
알겠어요. 누나가 괜찮다면.
Alright, if you're okay with it. Gyu-hyuk also gave him a glance.
그 전에 끄집어내 볼게.
We'll try to bring him out before you come back. Well, okay. I'm actually happy Inha's staying with him because that means he isn't alone, right? Because if he stayed by himself, I feel like he would have just killed Seil, and that would be that.
발밑 조심하면서
Be careful.
확인만
And just
부탁해.
check for the key.
확인하고 바로 돌아올게.
We'll be alright. I mean, we'll be right back. So you nodded and headed to the corridor with Ju-young.
그러고 보니까
Now that I think about it, we haven't been experiencing any tremors.
정돼서 그런
I
거면
hope the collapse stopped for
언제
good.
또 닥칠지 몰라.
It could happen again at any time. We need to get Seil out of there before that. Oh my god, I was so scared.
가자. 피디님 있는 데까지.
If he did kill Inha, he'd probably try to blame it on Seil. Let's go find Sungyun.
심사위원석 근처에
It was
있던
near
것
the judges
같은데?
section.
네.
Yes, follow me. Sungyun's body still looked horrible. They reached out carefully. They checked her jacket and pockets. I don't see it. Let's check her other pockets.
저쪽 두 사람
Do you think the other two will be okay?
형이 있으니까.
Yes, Gyu-hyuk will take care of the situation and Inha can play her part with no problem. They couldn't find the master key. Ju-young stopped looking at her watch and raised her head.
사원증은 가져가.
Her employee card will be of no use even if we take it.
어쩔 수 없겠어요.
Oh well. Well, we tried our best. Ju-young had a disappointed look on her pale face. Yoon checked his watch to see what time it was.
더 보는 건 시간 낭비겠어요.
It's not worth it to spend any more time here. Let's go back.
다른 방법이
Yeah.
없었어.
I guess we have no other choice.
어땠어?
How'd it go?
없었어.
Didn't find anything.
이나는
Where's Inha?
스텝 복도.
He went to the
분장실
staff
뒷문
corridor
쪽으로
by
갔어.
the rear door of the dressing room. Why? Why?
Oh my god!
Oh no. Not us starting to trust Inha, and now we're gonna find her dead. We are. Oh, this is just like the first time we found Hyesung.
양쪽 문 다 보고
You wanted to
있어.
guard both doors. That makes no sense. Yu-hyuk stepped back and Ju-young knocked on the dressing room door.
이제 그만 문 열어.
Open it up now, Saeil. I have nothing to say to you. Go away. Yu-hyuk shook his head while fiddling with his watch.
이나가 빠져도 요지.
Ina was not with them, but it didn't make any difference.
방법이 없나? 진짜로.
Is there really nothing we can do? They blankly stared at the closed door. Another tremor!
아, 이나가.
Ina! Oh. Ima came running out of the staff corridor. Ina, are you okay?
무너지는 줄 알았어.
I thought the whole place was coming down! Ji-young patted her on the back, waiting for the rumbling to subside.
매번 그랬지만
It's not like the others were tiny, but this one was big.
이번이 제일 셌던 것 같아.
I think this was the biggest one yet.
그거 어떻게 하지? 이제
What do we do now?
더 꾸물거릴 시간이 없어.
We're running out of time.
강제로라도.
Let's force ourselves in.
무너지면
What if it
어떡하냐고.
collapses?
반대로 분장실.
Yeah, she's alive. She's alive. I know. I had a sigh of relief too. We can't ignore the possibility of the dressing room coming down either.
모든 선택은 해야
We
되는
need to make a
상황이야.
choice, whatever that is.
할 순 없어.
We just can't leave him in there. Ji-young finally agreed with him.
무슨 얘기든 나오게 한 다음이야.
We need to get him out of there first, before anything.
무슨 일 난다 싶으면 바로 물러서.
Get back if something goes wrong.
그래야겠지.
For sure.
도윤아, 해보자.
Ah! Rosenlock. Yoon, let's give it a go. Yoon and Yu-hyuk stood in front of the door side by side.
세일아, 우리
Sail, we're
들어간다.
coming in. Get back. Oh, you know what happened. Oh, you know what happened.
왜 대답이 없지?
It either collapsed in there and he's dead, he committed suicide, or Inha killed him.
안 되겠어. 형,
I don't think Inha would kill him, though. We need to go in now. Yu-hyuk. They threw themselves at the door. The door budged and did not open.
안 돼.
Come on. They rammed their bodies against the door. The door catch fell and the door slightly opened. He unwittingly followed Yu-hyuk. Yeah. Yeah. Sail,
이거
did he commit suicide?
그거야?
Seems like it.
살겠다고 틀어박힌 거 아니었어?
He thought he locked himself in here to save himself. Ina stood against the wall and panted heavily.
다 틀렸다고 생각해 버린 거야?
Think it was over for him?
조금만
We had acted
빨랐어.
sooner. Everyone collapsed out of despair. No. Ayun slowly stood up.
나
I need to see it.
어떤 걸?
See what?
세리가
The truth that Seiyo was carrying with him.
그걸 모르고서
I can't let this end without knowing about it. The rest of the group gathered around Do-yoon one by one. Alright, guys. That is a crazy point to stop at. But we're gonna do it. I had a really bad feeling that we were gonna find this. At least Inha's okay. I thought at the last second there on the 11th hour that they were gonna switch it up and Inha dies, but wow. We'll play more Saturday. We'll play more Saturday at 5. Yeah. Woo! Okay. Great stream, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna get the heck out of here for now, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for TGIF streams. Night, guys. Hi and bye, Matt.